की सारी घटनाओं का संकलन है उनमें। वेद तो यूं है जैसे एनसाइक्लोपीडिया ब्रिटानिका, उसमें सभी कुछ है, उस समय का सारा संकलन है। इसलिए वेद संहिता है। उस समय जो कुछ भी उपलब्ध था ज्ञान, गलत सही सब इकट्ठा है, मगर उस सबको सही करने की कोशिश की जाती है। उस सबके भीतर से कुछ ना कुछ निकालने की तरकीब जुड़ाई जाती है, जिसमें से कुछ भी नहीं निकलता, निकल सकता नहीं, उसमें भी बड़ी राज की बातें निकाली जाती जबरदस्ती। दयानंद ने दुनिया में सबसे बड़े मिथ्या धर्म को जन्म दिया। अगर उसमें से राख हटाओ तो राख ही राख मिलती। मैंने सब राख हटा के देखी, इसलिए कह रहा हूं, यूं ही नहीं कह रहा हूं। क्योंकि अगर कुरान में मुझे खोजने पे महावीर, कृष्ण और बुद्ध जैसी ही वाणी मिल सकी मोहम्मद की, अगर मुझे कुरान में भी सत्य की कहीं ना कहीं कोई झनकार मिल सकी, तो मुझे क्या ऐतराज होता है आर्य समाज में। अगर मुझे गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब में मिल सका धर्म, तो मुझे क्या तकलीफ थी आर्य समाज में। दयानंद के ही समसामयिक थे रामकृष्ण परमहंस, उनमें अगर मुझे धर्म का साकार रूप दिखाई पड़ता है, तो दयानंद से मेरा क्या झगड़ा। लेकिन मैं भी क्या करूं, खोजने के बाद भी कहीं कोई अंगार उसमें पाई नहीं। सब शब्द जाल, तर्क जाल। कैलाश, अच्छा हुआ कि ये आर्य समाज का पुरोहित तुम्हारे भीतर मर गया। ये एक बड़ी बीमारी थी, तुम्हारा छुटकारा कैंसर से हो गया। ये आत्मा का कैंसर समझो, तुम मुक्त हुए। कोई भी कीमत चुकानी पड़े, सस्ता सौदा है। धक्के मार के निकालें तो भी आनंद से गीत गाते हुए निकलना। कृपा ही मानना उनकी, उन्होंने धक्के दे के निकाला। धक्के प्रमाण पत्र होंगे, उनके हर धक्के से तुम्हारे भीतर धन्यवाद ही पैदा हो, ऐसी आशा करता हूं। धक्के तो वो देंगे, बुरे धक्के देंगे। वो तुम्हारे साथ जितना दुर्व्यवहार कर सकते हैं उतना करेंगे, क्योंकि सद्व्यवहार दयानंद में नहीं था, तो उनके अनुयायियों में तो क्या होगा। तुम कहते हो मैं 9 वर्षों से आर्य समाज में पुरोहित था, लंबा समय था 9 वर्ष। और पुरोहित होना मतलब बस उससे नीचे गिरना मुश्किल था। तुम बिल्कुल खड्डे में पड़े थे, मगर निकल आए। चमत्कार होते, तुम्हारा निकालना एक चमत्कार है। परमात्मा को धन्यवाद दो। तुम कहते हो कि अब पुरोहित की मौत हो गई, खुशियां मनाओ, जलसे मनाओ, दावतें दो। तुम कहते हो मैं 5 जून को सन्यास लेके जा रहा हूं। नारी समाज में घूमने के बहाने 25 दिन की छुट्टी लेकर यहां आया था। अब मैं माला लेकर 10 जून को जाऊंगा, वे लोग मेरे गले में माला पड़ी देखेंगे तो मेरे दुश्मन हो जाएंगे। उनकी क्या चिंता लेना। न उनकी मैत्री से कुछ मिलने वाला है, न उनकी दुश्मनी से कुछ खोने वाला है। जिनकी मैत्री से ही कुछ नहीं मिला, 9 वर्ष तो उनके साथ रह के देख लिए, उनकी दुश्मनी से क्या खो जाएगा। हाँ, थोड़े बहुत धक्के देंगे, गालियां देंगे, खंडन करेंगे, निंदा करेंगे, जिसमें वे कुशल हैं। सह लेना, जल्दी निकल आए। और सुबह का भूला शाम भी घर लौट आए तो भूला नहीं कहलाता। इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के ऑफिस में फोन बजा। एक महिला बोली, जी मैं इंश्योरेंस करवाना चाहती हूं। मैनेजर ने कहा, हम अभी उधर आते। महिला ने कहा, जी नहीं, आप फोन पर ही कर दें। मैनेजर ने कहा, ऐसा नहीं कर सकता। महिला ने कहा, फिर रहने दें, अब तो घर में आग लग चुकी। तुम्हारा घर जलने के पहले बचा जा रहा है। धन्यवाद दो परमात्मा को। अभी तुम बिल्कुल नहीं मर गए थे, तुम में कुछ जिंदा था, तुम में कुछ चिंगारी थी, इसलिए तुम मेरी पुकार सुन सके, इसलिए तुम मेरी आंखों में आंखें डाल कर देख सके, इसलिए तुम्हारा हृदय मुझसे तरंगित हो सका, इसलिए तुम मौका दिए मुझे कि मैं तुम्हारे हृदय की वीणा को बजा सकूं। तुम बिल्कुल नहीं मर गए थे इसलिए पुरोहित मर सका। तुम बिल्कुल मर गए होते तो फिर पुरोहित को मारना मुश्किल था। फिर तो ये जीवन गया था हाथ से, बच गया। लाख लाख शुक्र करो परमात्मा का। तुम कहते हो मैंने पहले ही निकलने की तैयारी कर ली। तुम करो या ना करो, वो तुम्हें निकालेंगे। कर ली तो अच्छा, कर ली तो सुविधा रहेगी। अब पूछ तो ऐसी अवस्था में मैं क्या करूं? निकलो पहले तो, फिर जो सहज स्फुरना हो वह होने देना। मेरे सन्यासी का जीवन नियोजित जीवन नहीं। पहले से कुछ योजनाबद्ध करके चलने से कुछ सार भी नहीं, क्योंकि इधर आदमी कुछ करता है, कुछ तय करता है, कुछ बनाता है, लेकिन आदमी की विसात कितनी। ये इतना विराट विश्व हमारे अनुकूल नहीं चलता, हमको ही इसके अनुकूल चलना होता है। और वही आस्तिकता है कि हम इसके अनुकूल चलें। नास्तिकता का अर्थ है हम इसे अपने अनुकूल चलाएंगे। जिसने इसे अपने अनुकूल चलाना चाहा वह दुख भोगेगा, और जो इसके अनुकूल चला उसके जीवन में सुख ही सुख की वर्षा हो जाएगी। पहले निकलो, फिर जो होगा संन्यास से, ध्यान से, प्रेम से, प्रार्थना से जो स्फूर्त होगा वह होगा। छोड़ो परमात्मा पर, जो करवाएगा करवा लेगा। तुम कोई अपेक्षा लेके चलोगे, अगर वह पूरी ना हुई तो दुख होगा। अपेक्षा रखो ही मत। मैं सिखाता ही हूं एक बात, अपेक्षा शून्य जीवन। और तब बहुत घटता है, खूब घटता है। और जिसने अपेक्षा की उसके जीवन में दुख ही दुख है, विषाद ही विषाद है। अपेक्षा से मुक्त हो जाना सन्यास। सन्यासी क्षण में जीता है, अभी जीता है, यहां जीता है। कल की किसको खबर है? कल जब आएगा तब देखा जाएगा। पहले जाओ, पहले धक्के तो खाओ, पहले धक्कों का मजा लो। वो सब पागल कहेंगे ये सब सुनो। जिनने तुम्हारे पैर छुए होंगे वही तुम्हें धक्के मारेंगे, ये भी जरा देखो। ये मजा भी देखो, ये तमाशा भी देखो कि जो तुम्हें ज्ञानी मानते थे वही कहेंगे कि तुम पागल हो गए, अज्ञानी हो गए। जैसे कि ज्ञानी भी अज्ञानी हो सकता है, जैसे कि ज्ञानी भी पागल हो सकता है। उनकी कड़वी बातें सुनो, तब तुम्हें उनका असली रूप दिखाई पड़ेगा। अभी तुमने उनका जो रूप देखा है वो सब थोथा और ऊपरी, वो सब लिपा पुता है, रंग रोगन। असली चेहरे उनके देखो। वो तुम्हारे साथ जो दुर्व्यवहार करेंगे उससे तुम्हें उनके असली चेहरे दिखाई पड़ जाएंगे। फिर जो हो होने देना। सन्यासी को यूं जीना चाहिए जैसे हवा में उड़ता हुआ सूखा पत्ता। तीसरा प्रश्न, भगवान, हम आपको पूछना बहुत चाहते हैं मगर प्रश्न बनता नहीं, मिलना भी चाहते हैं मगर मिल भी नहीं सकते, बदलना भी चाहते हैं मगर कुछ बदलाहट होती नहीं। हम कैसे आपसे जुड़ जाएं, कृपया बतलाएं। भरत राजगुरु, मुझसे मिलना तो सरल मामला है, सीधा मामला है। एक छोटा सा शब्द याद रखो, सन्यास। सन्यास सेतु है, और अब उसके अतिरिक्त मुझसे मिलने का कोई उपाय नहीं। अब धीरे धीरे तो मैं सिर्फ सन्यासियों के लिए ही जीऊंगा। अब तो मेरा सारा समय और मेरी सारी ऊर्जा और मेरा सारा आनंद उनके लिए ही होगा जो परवाना होने की हिम्मत रखते। क्षमा परवानों के लिए जलती, मैं भी उनके लिए ही जलूंगा। अगर तुम झूठ बोलोगे तो कहां जाओगे? न्यायाधीश द्वारा यह पूछे जाने पर धर्मगुरु मटकानाथ ने कहा, वत्स, सीधा नरक जाऊंगा। यह सुनकर जज बहुत प्रभावित हुआ। दूसरा प्रश्न उसने किया, और यदि सच बोलोगे तो कहां जाओगे? ब्रह्मचारी जी ने निराश स्वरों में मात्र एक ही शब्द में जवाब दिया, जेल। मैं भी तुम्हें एक ही शब्द में जवाब देता हूं, सन्यास। उतनी हिम्मत जुटाओ। साहस के बिना तो कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता है। लोग सस्ते सस्ते बदलाहट चाहते हैं, क्रांति चाहते हैं। कुछ न हो, कुछ करना ना पड़े और जीवन में क्रांति घट जाए, अमृत बरस जाए। लोग सोचते हैं बस प्रार्थनाएं करते रहें, और प्रार्थनाएं भी क्या, दो कौड़ी की प्रार्थनाएं। सोते वक्त आधे नींद में आधे होश में दोहरा देते हैं रटे रटाए शब्द तोतों की भांति। सो जाते, सुबह उठ के फिर तोतों की भांति उन्हीं शब्दों को दोहरा देते। न उनमें कुछ अर्थ रहा है, इतने बार दोहराए हैं कि वे यंत्रवत हो गए, और सोचते हैं बस क्रांतियां हो जाएंगी, जीवन बदल जाएंगे, मोक्ष मिलेगा, निर्वाण मिलेगा। कल्पनाओं में खो रहे हो, व्यर्थ कल्पनाओं के जाल से जगो। सन्यास साहस है सोने से जागने का, सपनों को तोड़ने का। और सत्य अवतरित होता है तभी जब तुम्हारे सब सपने टूट जाते। चौथा प्रश्न, भगवान, मैं आपको सालों से सुनती हूं, और कल भी सुना तो लगा कि आप स्त्रियों के प्रति सामान्यतः अत्यंत करुणा भाव से सराहना करके उनको सम्मान देते, मगर जब स्त्री की बात पत्नी के रूप में करते हैं तब उसे डांटते हैं और बहुत अलग ही रूप में चित्रित करते हैं। ऐसा क्यों? योग सुशीला, पति बनते ही पुरुष पुरुष नहीं रह जाता, पत्नी बनते ही स्त्री स्त्री नहीं रह जाती। दोनों कुछ गमा बैठते, दोनों स्वतंत्रता गमा बैठते, और वही तो प्राण है जीवन का, वही तो आत्मा है। और स्वभावतः स्त्री की स्वतंत्रता ज्यादा खो जाती। ये समाज पुरुष के द्वारा निर्मित है। इस समाज का सारा आचरण, जीवन, नीति पुरुष ने निर्धारित की है। तो पुरुष ने दो तरह के मापदंड उपयोग किए, अपने लिए एक, स्त्रियों के लिए और। स्वभाव का मालिक जो है, ताकत जिसके हाथ में, लाठी जिसके हाथ में है, उसकी भैंस। तो उसने अपने लिए सुविधाएं बना ली, सब तरह की सुविधाएं, तरह तरह की सुविधाएं। अपने लिए स्वतंत्रता के कुछ न कुछ उसने दरवाजे खुले छोड़ रखे, स्त्री के लिए सब दरवाजे बंद कर दिए। इसका परिणाम यह हुआ है कि स्त्री की आत्मा इतनी पद्दलित हो जाती है, और पद्दलित होने के कारण इतनी क्रुद्ध हो जाती है, इतनी रुष्ट हो जाती, हो ही जाएगी, इतनी अपमानित हो जाती है कि उस अपमान का बदला लेने की और प्रतिशोध की अग्नि से जलने लगती। स्त्री 24 घंटे पति से बदला लेती रहती। जैसे ही वो पत्नी होती तो वो बदला लेना शुरू कर देती। निश्चित ही उसके बदला लेने के ढंग स्त्रीण, इसलिए बहुत साफ साफ दिखाई नहीं पड़ते। उसके बदला लेने के ढंग गांधीवादी, स्त्रियां सदा से गांधीवादी। गांधी ने जो भी जीवन दर्शन दिया है वो कुछ नहीं है, सदियों के स्त्रियों के अनुभव का सार निचोड़। गांधी खुद भी बहुत कमजोर आदमी थे, अति कमजोर आदमी थे, डरपोक थे। जब भारत से वो पहली दफा इंग्लैंड अध्ययन करने जा रहे थे तो हवाई जहाज पर दो व्यक्तियों से उनकी मैत्री हो गई। जब काहिरा में जहाज रुका तो उन दोनों मित्रों ने कहा कि आओ, यहां पड़े पड़े क्या करोगे, 2-3 दिन जहाज को यहां रुकना है, चलो हम तुम्हें वेश्या के यहां ले चले। कभी स्त्री का स्वाद चखा है? गांधी ने कहा कि नहीं, और मां ने चलते वक्त कसम दिला दी थी कि लंगोट के पक्के रहना, ब्रह्मचर्य पक की तरह साधना। दो ही कसम दिलाई थी, ब्रह्मचर्य और मांसाहार न करना। मगर वो इतने कमजोर आदमी थे कि वो ये भी ना कह सके कि मुझे नहीं जाना। इसमें कोई बड़ी भारी बहादुरी की जरूरत नहीं थी। नहीं जाना है वैश्या के यहां तो कह देते कि नहीं जाना है, मगर ये सोच के कि ये लोग क्या सोचेंगे कि ये कैसा नामर्द। सभी जा रहे थे वैश्या के वहां, सारा जहाज खाली हो रहा था। 3 दिन लोग पड़े पड़े करेंगे क्या? जहां जहां जहाज रुकते हैं ज्यादा देर तक वहां वैश्याओं के अड्डे होते, जहां फौजी ठहरते हैं ज्यादा देर तक वहां वैश्याओं के अड्डे होते। अकेला मैं न जाऊंगा तो लोग हंसेंगे, मजाक उड़ाएंगे, खिल्ली करेंगे। जाना तो नहीं था, मां ने मना किया था, मगर कैसे मना करें? मना करने तक की हिम्मत इस आदमी में नहीं थी, तो चले गए साथ। उन्होंने जाके एक वैश्यालय में इनके लिए एक स्त्री भी चुन दी। इनको देखा कि यह आदमी अजीब सही है, इनको धक्का देके उसके कमरे में भी अंदर कर दिया और दरवाजा भी उन लोगों ने बाहर से अटका दिया। भीतर जो गांधी पे गुजरी वो घटना उन्होंने अपनी आत्मकथा में लिखी। कि मेरी समझ में ना आए कि अब मैं क्या करूं। मां की याद आए कि कसम खिलाती, और ना भी खिलाई होती कसम तो स्त्रियों से कोई परिचय भी नहीं था कि करना तो क्या करना, बात शुरू भी करनी तो कहां से करनी। सो आंखें नीचे किए हुए वेश्या के पलंग के एक कोने पर बैठे हुए, वेश्या भी घबराई। आदमी उसने बहुत देखे थे कि इस बेचारे को क्या हुआ, हिलाया डुलाया कि जिंदा है कि गया। पूछा कि भाई कुछ तो बोलो, मगर वो बोला ही ना। पक्के गुजराती भाई थे, बोले ही ना। वो तो आंख ऊपर ना उठाए, पर स्त्री को तो देखना भी पाप है। तो साफ से
It's just you've been in and out of the room 10 times. You can replay the replays. I realize you've had bad connection problems. You have bad connection problems every time you come into the room. This is nothing new.
Okay, but when I was trying to let you know that I had, you was like, oh, so you don't want to talk because I was about to tell you about this is why I wasn't able to talk. So, I mean, it's like you going.
Okay, well, if you want to spend your time telling us why you had connection problems, go ahead. You can talk about whatever you want.
No, I wasn't talking about that, but I was just trying to make a point
This is exhausting.
Oh, okay, well, all right. So I just want to talk about what John just said. So this is why, like, it'll make sense for America to just go ahead and, be a communist country because, being, having democracy, put people like Donald Trump in the White House is, devastating for the country. And, with that being said, I personally acknowledge that we can get the right dictator in the office that would run this country better than Donald Trump. So this
really, and who would that be?
Yeah, that'll be the person that has.
Is he Stalin-esque? What? Yeah. What is the name of that person? Give me a first and a last name.
Be Stephen Bell,
I
sir.
don't know.
I could never go into politics. I have way too much baggage and skeletons in my closet. Thank you for the vote of support. Give me the first and last name of that dictator.
I don't know the name of the dictator. I'm just telling you hypothetically, well, not hypothetically. I'm just saying that communism would be better for the country rather than having, democracy.
Well, give me one. Fine. Give me one reason. One reason why communism would be better for the country. I'll take one reason.
Well, you shouldn't ever worry about putting the wrong person in the office, right? So, for an example, you don't have to worry about dealing with people making decisions like Donald Trump, or people making decisions like.
But I do have to worry about somebody like Stalin or Mao, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, no, you don't have to worry about that because, first of all, if you got a dictator, the dictator knows what's best for the people, right? So
This dictator and his friends know what's best for the people.
Yeah, actually, the dictator and his friends know what's the dictator and his friends know what's best for the dictator and his friends.
Exactly.
Well,
That's the point.
yeah.
There's a book called The Animal Farm Communist, and in Animal Farm there's this character called Hannibal. He's one of the pigs. And this is the lesson of communism. Everybody is equal, but some are more equal than others. Why do I want a system like that?
And I think, Marshall, isn't there an American Communist Party or the Communist American Party or something like that?
There is a party called the American Communist Party.
And let me ask Communist, who's on stage, Communist, have you joined that party yet?
Well, I heard a lot of people tell me about it.
Sounds to me like the answer is no. Since you're so in favor of communism, how come you haven't yet joined the American Communist Party?
Oh, I mean, I told you that I don't know. No, I didn't tell you that I didn't know about it. I heard people tell me about it.
Well, when was the last time you spoke to anybody in the American Communist Party?
No, I didn't speak to anybody in there.
When was the last time you asked for any information from the American Communist Party?
You're backing me in a corner.
You're damn right I am. And you know why I am? Because every time you come on this show, you bitch and complain about me. Which, I can take it. You get a fresh vibe. Anybody can come on and complain about me. But now you're talking about the country on the 4th of July. And you're saying we'd be better running the country like a communist party with a communist dictator. So it seems to me it's a very reasonable question for me to ask, when was the last time, how come you haven't joined the American Communist Party?
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate for the February 23rd, 2027 election. I'm on a podcast right now. We are debating communists. We are debating democracy and Donald Trump. The Trump derangement syndrome is real. Enjoy this little 3-minute clip and go to chicagomayorvote.com. Thank you for watching.
It's just that.
Happy 4th of July.
Just so you know, sitting in your back channel is the homepage for the American Communist Party, the ACP, or the CPUSA, Communist Party of the United States. If you would like to join either one of those, it is legal to join them. It was not legal during the Cold War. But, because we live in America and we believe people should be allowed to express themselves, we let communism express itself. So you should look at those parties. And I don't know, if you're so pro-dictator, you should probably imagine yourself as one of those people who is not among the more equal than others, and then maybe you won't want a dictator.
Yeah, and Marshall, you put them in his back channel, right?
Yes, I did, so that he can put his money where his mouth is and actually
Yes. And so, communists, here's what I want you to do. Communists, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to your back channel. I want you to click on the links that Marshall sent you. You don't have to join the party, but I want you to get information on the party. I want you to research information on the party. And the next time that you come in this room, I'm going to expect you to be able to answer the following questions about the American Communist Party. Very simple. Who, what, when, where, how. Who, what, when, where, how. The next time you come in this room, I'm going to ask you those 5 questions about the American Communist party. And with that being said, I want you to have a fantastic 4th of July. And here's our very first class escort down the VIP. Now, before we continue on, because the show is coming to an end, some of you that have heard me today for the very first time, especially speaking to communists like I just did, you may think that I treated him unfairly. You may think I was a dick. You might think I was an asshole. Communist, the majority of the time he comes in, he complains about me, he complains about the show, which is fine. I got no problem with that. I can't remember the last time, really, the last time he ever gave me or the show a compliment, which he doesn't have to. He can bitch and complain about the show all he wants, that's fine. But like Marshall said, I want him to put his money where his mouth is. And by the way, before we go to the remaining people on stage, and Mod Squad housekeeping, don't invite anybody else
Kitover,
up.
Chicago mayoral candidate for the February 23rd, 2027 election. I'm on a podcast
referred to as a greater fool. Yes, now for some of you that heard my opening almost 3 hours ago, what? Steve, you're not a fool. Yes, I am. I am a greater fool. And for those of you that don't know what a greater fool is, I'm going to play a clip, which is a fantastic explanation of a greater fool. But also, right after this clip, tacked onto it.
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate fighting to liberate Chicago from the communist thieves, the parasites, the fraudsters, and the scammers that have obliterated Chicago. The city's $100 billion in debt. The state of Illinois is $200 billion in debt. I need you to like this video, subscribe, and comment, and share the video. Together, we will liberate Chicago. I need your signature right now on our petitions. And on February 23rd, 2027, I need your vote at the ballot box. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We are on a communist podcast debating liberal, progressive, pluralist, Democrat scammers.
Greater fool. And then right after that clip piggybacked on it is the girl that asked Will McAvoy what makes America the greatest country in the world.
He loves
Don't
this
go
clip.
away. We'll be right back after the clip.
The greater fool is actually an economic term. It's a patsy.
Thanks for that.
For the rest of us to profit, we need a greater fool. Someone who will buy long and sell short. Most people spend their lives trying not to be the greater fool. We toss him the hot potato. We die for his seat when the music stops. The greater fool is someone with the perfect blend of self-delusion and ego to think that he can succeed where others have failed. This whole country was made by greater fools.
And now here comes the girl. Who is the girl?
Sorority girl!
Don't be scared.
You're the girl, right?
I'm Jennifer Johnson.
Just graduated Northwestern?
Stay calm. A year early.
You asked me that moronic question, and then my world came apart, and she came here, and I landed in the tabloids, and I got death threats, and my job is constantly in jeopardy, and you ruined my life?
Again, just stay calm. Yes, that was me.
What the hell are you doing here?
I'm applying for an internship.
Why?
I watched the show, and I read the New York Magazine article, and I know what a greater fool is. And I want to be one.
Ask me again.
I'm sorry.
Ask me your idiot question again.
What makes America the greatest country in the world?
You do. Hire her.
And I'm going to tell you what makes America the greatest country in the world. JCC, Violet, Reverend Scott, Alfonso, Alan, GA, Meg, and everybody in the
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate fighting to liberate Chicago from the communist thieves, the parasites, the fraudsters, and the scammers.
You know, in the radio broadcast podcasting industry. They say if you can reach one person, you've been a success.
Really?
We reach hundreds of people every day. And really my goal is to only reach one. And I'm so proud of what we've been doing here for 5 years, every Saturday and every Sunday for a 3-hour tour from 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for 3 hours.
This is John Kitover. I'm running for the Chicago mayorship. February 23rd, 2027 is the election. I need your like, your share, your comment, and I need your signature on our petition. I need your vote on February 23rd, 2027. Together we will liberate Chicago. We will restore justice. We will restore law, and we will restore the American way. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com, and on February 23rd, 2027, vote for this guy, John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now. We are on a podcast debating with communists. We are debating with thieves and fraudsters. We're talking economics. We're talking law and order. We're talking America.
What is best? And will different people have different opinions about what is best? And perhaps we have achieved best, but there are those who are profiting from the idea that we have not achieved best. So I ask all of those questions today on America's birthday. And Steve, I just want to say, going by your PTR picture, I think you are a snazzy and fashionable dresser, and that is my compliment to you for the day. Thank you.
You're very kind, and I'll give this advice to the nieces and nephews. If you're ever stuck for what to wear and you don't know, just wear all black. Easy. Let's say goodbye to GA. GA, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, I would, and I was.
You did have a fresh five earlier, is that correct? Or did you have a fresh five?
No, you never got it.
Oh, then you know what? You don't have to say goodbye. I'm sorry about that, buddy. Welcome to the stage. You get a fresh five. I don't want to rush you. Go ahead.
Well, I have two questions, and ironically, I came in just in time for you to answer my second question, so I don't even have to answer. I don't even have to ask it. See, you have ESPN. My first question, though, Uncle Stephen, I just want to give you the compliment that I gave you yesterday, is that I love what you do here. I absolutely love it because it is the epitome of what you just played.
I like what you do in your room. I was in your room yesterday. Is that you're that guy? Am I right or am I mistaken?
Yes, sir. You were.
I like your room. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it because it is a place to let everyone actually get out their version of the issues of being the greater fool and yet encourage them to be that. So I appreciate it. My question to you, though, sir, and this is a technical question. You sound fantastic. You run an incredible room. Is it possible that I could actually send you a back channel on my email and you tell me your technical setup?
Not only can you do that, but I can tell it to you right now if you have a scratch piece of paper.
Yes, sir. Please, sir, do. I have it.
I will give it to you right now, and if you want to send a back channel, you can. I have a Zoom PodTrack P4, ZOOM PodTrack, PODTRAK P4. It's a couple of years old, so as JCC and some of the Mod Squad will tell you, it's having some problems when we play music and then talk over it. But it's a Zoom PodTrack P4. You can pick one up for about $150, $160. I have a condenser microphone, which I picked up for about $120. I have a cheap.
This is John Kitover. I'm running for the Chicago mayoralship. The election is February 23rd, 2027, and I need your vote. And I need your signature on our petition. And I need your like, and I need your comment, and I need you to share this video right now. Then I need you to go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. And together, we will liberate Chicago from never-ending property taxes, pension payments, and interest expense. We will rip out every concrete bike lane and every concrete bump out that has destroyed driving, parking, and traffic in Chicago, like this video right now.
But you can program it, so I mean, right off the bat, I have 4 sounds, which I can play at a second. Like, here's one, here's another, here's another, and here's another. But it can hold 48 hours of different sounds. I don't keep any of the sounds recording. And then, of course, I can play anything I want off my laptop, like right here, for example.
He never will. He doesn't care about this country.
And so that's basically it. But it all starts with the Zoom PodTrack P4. But you can send me a back channel, and I'd be happy to write out for you if you need. And it's very simple. A lot of people spend $5,000 for a home studio. My whole setup cost under $500, not including the computer.
I appreciate that. Let me ask you one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Question
Yes,
to
sir.
that. Are you using Club Deck? Are you?
No. I've never used Club Deck. Now, Reverend Scott uses Club Deck. I think JCC uses Club Deck.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Reverend Scott uses Club Deck. So if you want, you can back channel him about Club Deck. I know a lot of people that use it. I never have.
So you just plug your phone directly into the PodTrack, into the Zoom?
I plug my phone, my microphone, and the laptop into the Zoom PodTrack P4.
Yeah, there's quick videos on YouTube that'll show you how to use an external audio interface on these apps, especially Clubhouse using the iPhone or an Android phone. So yeah, you can do exactly what Steve does with either the PodTrack or any other external audio interface.
Yes, and in fact, please, thank you, JCC. Go on to YouTube and just type in Zoom PodTrack P4, and you'll see like 50 different videos on how to use it, and then click on one that's 5 to 10 minutes, and it'll show you exactly. But you can also go on to Google. You can go to Amazon.
This is John Kitover. I'm running for the Chicago mayoralship. The election is February 23rd, 2027, and I need your vote. And I need your signature on our petition. And I need your like, and I need your comment, and I need you to share this video right now. Then I need you to go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. And together, we will liberate Chicago from never-ending property taxes, pension payments, and interest expense. We will rip out every concrete bike lane and every concrete bump out that has destroyed driving, parking, and traffic in Chicago, like this video right now.
Right off the bat, I have 4.
You already know, we talked about this before. I'm a combat veteran, and just on the outset, I'm looking at what we did in Iran. I'm sure you guys talked about it. And being a financial guy, I look at the risk mitigation, and it just feels like to me that we had a straight open, they were fighting, and now we're paying them $300 million, and the strait is open, and they're fighting. What do you feel about that? Did we get anything out of this deal at all?
Thank you. I am going to give you a first-class escort to the VIP, and I will answer that. Feel free to.
This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I need you to like, comment, and share this video right now. Then go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Sign our petition. Vote for John on February 23rd, 2027. Liberate Chicago from the communist property tax thieves, the CTU mafia, the never-ending pension payments. The city is $100 billion in debt.
3 months ago, except tens of
and we're on a podcast.
Have died. We've spent billions on the military, and now we've committed $300 billion to rebuild. Additionally, the Trump administration once again has been exposed for outright lying. Remember a week ago, oh, we've got a deal on Trump's birthday. We've got a deal. Then we found out they only had a memorandum of understanding, an MOU. Then we find out that the MOU wasn't even completely written. Then we find out that the MOU wasn't signed. Then we find out they don't even have plans to get together to sign it. And we clearly do not have a deal signed. I don't even know if we have an MOU signed, a memorandum of understanding signed. So, when you ask me, what do I think we are where we were exactly 3 months ago, except we've spent hundreds of billions of dollars. We've committed to rebuilding hundreds of billions of dollars, and tens of thousands of people have died, whether or not you consider it unneedlessly or not, I don't know. And of course, more examples of how Donald Trump has lied to us, and how I've said time and time again, I literally cannot trust a single word out of his mouth unless I verify it with 3.
So says Steve Appel, a man with so many skeletons in his closet it would be a graveyard, boneyard.
Meg, it was a sincere pleasure speaking to you today for about 15-20 minutes. I know you've stuck around and listened. I'm glad you did that. Would you like to say goodbye, Meg? Meg, oh, there we go. Hi.
I completely concur with your analysis. We are same as we are, except the IRGC has managed to play us for fools and get $300 billion, which will go largely into rebuilding their facilities, which are mostly bombed, not the civilian infrastructure of their facilities. They've got a lot more to finish their research. We have made them billions richer. That's, yeah. But no, again, yes, wonderful conversation. Thank you. And I know thank you for going over time. Thank you.
Meg, it's my pleasure. And, you know, if you or anybody else wants to send me a back channel for any reason, I read them all. I respond to them all. You are more than encouraged to say, hey, Steve, I like the show. Hey, Steve, I think the show sucks. Hey, Steve, you're better than sliced bread. Hey, Steve, take a vacation and never come back. But everybody, please, you are encouraged. And Meg, first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Yeah, I don't want to give Iran nuclear weapons or allow them to have them. But remember, like the last time around, we got them all, and now, just like a month or two later, there's more. I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, but I don't like the government lying to me, but that's the price we pay. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso in South America, our brother from another mother. Yeah, hi.
Yeah, goodbye. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Violet, the sexiest voice on the Mod Squad. Would you like to say goodbye, Violet?
Yeah, Steve. I really enjoyed being here today. Like being at an awesome 4th of July party with all my friends and having great conversation. The difference is I just wasn't wearing a skimpy swimsuit because we weren't at the pool.
Right. Exactly.
Not that I do that much anymore, but you know, it's nice to dream. But anyway, really great show. I hope everybody has a safe and happy 4th of July. Be careful with the fireworks. You know, be safe in the heat if it's in that area. And happy 4th of July to our country. Happy birthday to us. And see you tomorrow, Steve.
JCC, the Grill Master, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, good room, good show, good conversations, and yeah, let's keep Trump's face off of Mount Rushmore. I agree with Violet. And looking forward to tomorrow's show. Until then, happy trails to you all, and have a great celebration of the America's 250th, and happy 4th of July. Be safe, be aware, and don't be square.
Maybe we should, instead of his face, we should put his butt cheeks on Ralph. And last but not least, Reverend Scott.
Yeah, hey, I just
Thank you all for being here. Have a great Independence Day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
And with that, folks, we are done. Great show today. Thank you, everybody. Have a fantastic, fun, and safe. Be safe, okay? And believe me, being involved, I don't talk about this too much on the show, unless, of course, I'm asked, which I never am. Being involved in injuries for 30, 35 years, although it doesn't happen too often, I have seen people, both employees and non-employees, with amputated fingers or fingers that have been separated from the hand for various reasons. Occasionally, it's from too short a fuse. I have seen pictures of a teenager with fingers blown off their hand. So just have a great 4th of July. Have fun, but be safe. We will be back again tomorrow at 7 a.m. for another 3-hour tour for Ask the Atheist. On behalf of the Mod Squad.
This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I'm on a podcast debating liberal, progressive, elite intellectuals, pluralists, and communists, thieves and fraudsters. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Together we will liberate the city. Day number 1, property taxes will be cut 25%. All concrete bike lanes will be ripped out. Parking, traffic flow will be restored. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com.
When I was growing up, I used to always use them. Go to the park. Oh, okay.
Not like the public. Hell no.
Yeah, because we would pay for, like, the partition, and we would use the grills there. Now, they would put, Reynolds wrap and all that stuff on it. But, yeah. And I used to question it as a child. They said, oh, the heat burns off the germs. The heat cleans it up.
Rub some tussin on it.
We'll just bring like one of them little portable grills to the park with us. And we get a cookout in the park.
Yeah, so Brooklyn, we used to do things different in New York, but see,
California.
You from California, huh? That's how they be. Honestly, I was in California one time. I was talking to a girl. Every time she said something, the last word she dragged down, like, "What you doing?" Like, what hotel you at? I can't always drag the last word. I'm like, why you always do that? But that's irritating.
Biodiversity and species richness, we've had a devastating impact. It's more than 80% of wildlife that's been wiped from the planet by people, for us, for our consumption, and we have to reverse that. So there's no way.
What is it we have to? What are the two things again? So, stability.
One is the causal ontological. But it's saying causal ontological autonomy and ontological causal reducibility. Yeah, both cannot be. They're almost like opposite. Like because the word ontological, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless one was going to say that the autonomy was just God, that was not fucking smart. But okay, no. People have done this.
Hey guys, how are you?
Oh my God, is that Nega? Good, how are you?
Yeah, it is.
Hi, Nega. I'm on TikTok Live. It's on the day.
Oh my goodness. I feel like you're always on there now.
I know.
This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I'm on a podcast debating liberal, progressive, elite intellectual.
I made, money, but I have not, taken any money home.
Oh, that's cool though.
By money, we mean, pennies.
$3 on the first day, and then $4 on the second day. So we're on day 3.
10. It's starting somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't follow like how all of these things are byproduct. That how it makes more sense to say that this organized, structured world that we live in is a byproduct.
I don't see it as organized and structured.
This organization.
Like
Yeah, so it would
see a lot more order than I do, right? It's weird, and it's because we're biased towards that. Because the predictable and the pattern means safety.
No, that's what science is. What are you on about? That's literally how we use the tool of science, because of predictable events. Because everything is so ordered, that's how we can predict things in science.
Except for it's not within certain realms of science.
Just give me one example of something random.
One example of something random: the symmetry breaker in the plasma at the beginning of Planck era. We at the beginning particles annihilating each other.
What is she talking about?
There was a symmetry breaker, and that allowed matter to form.
This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now and like this video.
Than any kind of scientific.
Most physicists think randomness is like the favored view in theoretical physics.
That's theory. Like, what does that even mean? Like, are you talking about like quantum physics? Some kind of particle appearing for no reason? That's not the statement they make. There could be a reason, we just don't know what it is. That's what they usually say.
Well, you were saying that like one example in science of like randomness, like at the quantum scale, there's a whole lot of like randomness going on. That's their position.
No. You name them as random, right? And let's say a particle, even if you believe in what most quantum theorists are talking about, let's just assume for the argument you do. A particle comes into existence, and it seems like it comes from nothingness. You can't really make the determination that it's a random yet. You don't know all factors considered as to why this particle came into this certain place at a certain time for this reason. All you've observed is that this particle came into existence. You just don't know as to why it did.
Yeah, they're not made. Like, I think you're talking about like virtual particles, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I mean they're not saying that like there's some like unknown sort of variables or hidden variables. I mean there are people that have that view, but they're minority. Like intuitively, I would agree with them that there's probably a hidden variable and that it's all deterministic. But their view is, they've considered that and they still conclude that randomness is like a fundamental feature at the quantum scale. There's no time. There's just randomness. So it's just, and that's the actual. They don't think that there's a hidden variable. Like I don't like it, but that's they're
That's the thing is like people just don't like it. That's not about like. It's like they need that.
It's like you said.
They need that.
So you said Laura, you said you judge things on a probabilistic scale.
Yeah.
No, Cora, you said you judge things on a probabilistic scale.
Yeah.
Most probably, it's very unlikely that an effect doesn't have a cause. Don't you agree with that? On a probabilistic scale.
I haven't observed. It's to me that's a underdetermined.
That's fine. Okay, but you're the one that said you judge scale. Probabilistically, from your own account, that something comes into existence with a cause.
I'm working, and the key word there is scale, right? At what scale am I working? Existing at the quantum scale? No. I mean, I am, right? But my mind...
This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to Chicago.
That's one of
just to move through my life,
I just wanted to say, that's one of the things with the randomness that's being ascribed to those quantum effects. Again, it's a belief. It's not something that we can prove. Randomness cannot be proven, right? Law is something you can prove. Pattern is something you can prove. Randomness cannot be proven. That's the problem. That's just the belief.
This is John Kitover. I need you to go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Together, we're going to liberate the city of Chicago. We're going to cut property taxes day number one, 25%. 25%. We're going to rip out every concrete bike lane in the city obstructing traffic that has removed parking for businesses and homeowners and condo owners. We're going to rip out all the stupid concrete bump out lanes that have taken over the streets for no reason. Like this video and comment right now, and go to ChicagoMayorVote.com.
Based on this randomness at the core. So I mean, it's something that we cannot explain. That's true, but it's something that that can only be taken at the level of I believe that it's randomness, right? I don't know. That's the most honest answer. I don't know what causes it, right? Someone says I believe it's God. Someone says I believe it's randomness, but the most honest answer is I don't know, right?
I don't think there's anything to say that the universe is obligated to make sense to you. I think if you're going to appeal to your intuition, then you would come up with the belief that you have. But like I said, they're smarter than I am. they're the physicists understand this shit.
I'm just saying that
they've considered all the things that you've considered and more, because they're more qualified to analyze the data. So if they come to the conclusion that the universe at the quantum scale, or what sort of underlies physical phenomena at the macroscopic scale, if they think that what underlies that is fundamentally random, then they're more likely to be right than you or I are.
Not necessarily. Again, it's a belief. I mean, when a scientist believes something, they're not likely to, more less likely to be right.
It's not just a belief, it's based on observations and testing things.
Again, the only observation that we can actually present is the law, right? Or pattern. And that is something that is observable in everywhere in science. Everywhere you look, you will find a law. Right?
Okay, but we're looking for, we have decoherence, we have superposition until we have observation, right? But this is what happens. This is where you get anthrocentric, right? Or you get just intelligence-centric. Observation isn't limited. What is she talking about? To consciousness.
I think people are literally using ChatGPT all the time to do their communication. That's amazing.
There is no observation at the end.
No, that's not the case at all. It's simply just a relational attribute. That's all it is.
Someone has to observe this relationship.
No, there's no someone. This is where it comes down to the someone versus just simply the existence of.
This is John Kitover. I need you to go to.
That's all you need.
Well, there's no simply existence. I mean, that's something that we define.
Why is there no simply existence? Existence is the base. Existence is the floor of vertical causality. Period.
We defined it as such.
No, we did not.
Who else did?
If there is no existence, what is there to have a vertical causation?
We define it as such, right? Whatever there is out there, we define it as existence. We define it as
no. All there has to be is two things to differentiate from each other for existence. That's it. For observation. That's all there has to be.
No, look.
It doesn't require a mind.
These phenomenological existent interactions exist. We don't disagree with that. Vels is saying, look, but when we bring up the word observation, all me and him mean is that there must be some kind of mind-dependent thing that's observing these phenomenological interactions. That's just we take that word to mean.
No, there is no mind dependence on that.
No, the interaction itself doesn't depend on a mind.
Mind dependence!
I agree that you don't have to have a mind for the interaction to occur. We agree there. But when you observe that phenomenon, then you do need a mind.
That interaction in and of itself, that phenomenological difference is an observation. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't require mind.
So we're just defining the word observation different, right? Let's just come to like a definition, right? All we mean by that is for something to be observed. Okay,
I'm saying your understanding of observation is anthropocentric.
Anthropocentric?
Fine, let's just take it from there. We don't have to
Fucking so stupid.
That's what we take observation to mean. But Vels brings up a good point, even though I despise his PTR, but that's besides the fact right now. Brings up a good point. When you have all of these occurrences that you can scientifically prove to have laws that justify why those connections between cause and effects are occurring, why would you just assume and have a belief that this one experiment you have, or no, not even an experiment, this observation you have, going by our definition, that this virtual particle comes into existence, you come up with the idea, this belief, that this conclusion that, there's no reason as to why this virtual particle came into existence. That's like taking the minority view when it comes to the totality of science. Because science doesn't even work like that.
Science doesn't give things reasons. It describes processes.
Yeah, that's a reason.
Doesn't give things she is the dumbest, most obnoxious person ever. She's so stupid.
By humans, by minds.
Just listen to the word usage and act. What's the purpose of even this conversation? What's her purpose of coming here to talk all the time?
It's just that how. My point was that how always comes to some kind of probability.
This is John Kitover running for the 2027 Chicago mayoralship. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now.
That's the science.
Yeah, but none of that is. That's the thing.
You can predict something that really contradicts the definition of chaos.
That's where the chaos comes in, though. We cannot predict anything with 100% certainty.
Well, but we can predict the distribution of probability.
Yeah, that's fine. It still doesn't eliminate the fact that underneath it all is a chaotic.
No, there wouldn't be a prediction of distribution of probabilities if it was chaos. Chaos is not probabilities. Chaos is just chaos.
No, there are patterns within chaos based on chaotic attractors, but it's still existing within a chaotic system.
Well, again, it's just a contradiction that you're fine to live with, but you have to understand that what you're saying contradicts the definition of chaos.
Right, you can't say chaos is a pattern, right? That's already contradictory.
I didn't say it was a singular pattern. I said there are patterns within chaos. They're constantly rising and dissipating based on chaotic attractors.
If you can predict patterns, it's not chaos anymore. That's it. We're talking about prediction, not just observing them, predicting them.
You're a theist, Bells?
I'm a Jew. Cora, I wrote you in the chat. I was just wondering, did you read about panpsychism? It's like a pretty...
Read about it, or
kind of study it or heard about it?
I know about panpsychism.
Right. What
I know about panentheism too. But yeah. But everything possesses some level of consciousness.
Well, that consciousness is actually the building block of reality. That's like the basic level that we should have to start looking at reality. That we have to start from when we are constructing.
Well, yeah, I think you can, but you have to redefine consciousness, at a scale that most people aren't willing to accept.
Well, we don't have a good definition for it anyway, so we can define it as anything. That's fine.
Oh, I know, but this is the other thing too. It's like I will talk about things like there are theists that I like, Nargis or someone like that literally our concept of the universe aligns almost 1-to-1, but she perceives it as a God universe and I perceive it as a non-God universe, right? We don't really get into have problems over it, right?
This is John Kitover running for the 2027 Chicago mayoralship. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now.
It's just, I don't see it as God, and she does, but it's because she's able to define God as something that I would
chaos comes in, though. We cannot
say, okay, but that doesn't align with most people's concept of what God is. It does, like, as soon as you say the G word,
that's fine. It still doesn't eliminate the fact that underneath it all is a chaotic.
Applicable to the way the universe works at all. So this is what I'm talking about. It's the same way with consciousness. It's like most people, their understanding of consciousness based on chaotic attractors, but it still it has a starting point that I think is way too far along the spectrum of what being, consciousness is. Yeah, too. Right, you can't see chaos as a pattern, right? That's already rather than the same as any singular pattern. I said there are patterns within chaos. Reaction to stimuli. I see a constantly rising and dissipating.
Well,
Based on chaotic attractors.
Just a quick addition to that. I mean, we have a very good sense for it. For some reason, every person in the world, like every sane person in the world, I would say that the artificial intelligence is intelligent by all criteria, but is not conscious, right? That would, every person would say. I mean, it's a really hard problem, but we all know that. Right? It's a really hard problem to make it a definition, but to know that it's not really hard. We all know that, right? So
right, because it lacks that particular thing, I think, that we associate with, like, it's being directed by the collective will of humanity, basically. Read about it? I know about panpsychism. What? I know about pantheism too.
Look like, because you said that you and
but everything possesses some level of consciousness.
Some of the same things.
You have to define what the God is, right? I think most people's assumption about God, we would actually lose our ability to define. Well, yeah, I think you can lose the uniformity, but you have to redefine consciousness. Because an interventionist God would just fuck up the whole system. At a scale that most people aren't willing to accept. Yeah, we definitely agree. Like, that's the thing. It's like, this is why I like to have discussions and not debates about things, right? It's like, so, yeah. I will talk about, things, and this is like there are theists that I, like Nargis or someone like that, I think literally our concept of the universe aligns almost one-to-one, but she perceives it as a God universe, intelligent life will eventually.
This is John Kitover running for the 2027 Chicago mayoralship. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now.
In the long run, because of the social limitations and the social problems that the God concept is running. That's where the chaos comes in, that we cannot understand that because
we can't predict the distribution.
There might be a new concept.
Yeah, that's fine. It still doesn't eliminate the fact that underneath it all is a chaotic
singularity that I don't think that we can make a prediction of. It's like one of those things that we can't see the other side.
Universal quantum.
Yeah, and Hamza, listen, Hamza, I get that you love the unification, but your idea of God is not the idea of the God of the Christian. Just traditionally, so I would have to say, like, if you have a new scripture, then you follow the God of Muhammad. We follow the God of the Bible. If you're gonna say you follow the God of the Bible, then there's gonna be some distinction there from what's being presented in your book. So just be easy with the we stuff. I don't know who the we is in there when he's made that statement. So.
It's only because she referred, thank you for saying it respectfully, it's only because she referred to Nargis. So when I said we, she knew that I meant just me and Nargis in my group. Because even Muslims, their traditional concept of God is not something me and my group share. It's going to be more like you guys share that. Christians and Muslims, you guys have this anthropomorphic idea of God.
Only air. I only share the air and the water.
I'm down with Tawhid,
Yeah.
That's fine for me. And then that's why I'm trying to listen to that too. It's like if you, but it just doesn't work for me,
I mean, I'm getting blamed for Islamophobia when I've tried my best to show unification. So I'm just gonna fall into the hole of Islamophobia. And any chance I get, I'm just gonna remind any Muslim that's in the room, I do not believe in the same God as you, because my God is the one of Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that follows the scriptures in the Bible, which is a multi-personal God. If your God is one person, then I don't know who that God is. It's not the same God in the Bible. So, you guys want to attach
This
yourself.
is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate. I need you to go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. I need you to help me liberate the city of Chicago and sign our petition to get on the ballot February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Day number 1, we're going to cut property taxes 25%. 25%. That's right, 25%. Day number 2, we're ripping out all the concrete bike lanes and bump outs. We're restoring the traffic flow and parking for businesses and residents. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. And the city's $100 billion in debt. $100 billion.
So yeah, I'll say Jewish.
It's only going up.
Before I say Jewish folklore, yeah. Jewish
Listening to
folklore
a
is
podcaster.
Because they're taking after the Persian Babylonian Talmud, the Talmudic school called Shura. It's a Talmudic school called Shura. If you know what Surah means, you'll see the association with the Quran. So that's the reason why I say folklore. Because Abraham was not smashing idols. I don't know who that is. That's Talmudic, or should I say Midrashic language. That's not in the Bible. That's in Jewish Midrash. And I have nothing against Jewish folklore. It's just not in the Bible.
All
these stories of Abraham learning.
Hold on. You don't have Babylonian and Mesopotamian myths in the Bible? These are stories that were foretold before even these. Okay, do you know the story of Osiris? That it matches one to one with Jesus' story?
No, it doesn't.
And this is older than Christianity. They had 12 disciples.
Yeah, this is the reason why you and I don't believe in the same God.
I'm just saying that to say that, okay, fair enough. But to say like folklores and legends aren't in the Bible, like they are in the Quran, I'll agree both books have these folklores in them that come way before them, is kind of absurd to me. Because there's like evidence of that.
I mean, what you would find is polemics against other belief systems, so you'll find some overlap in some of your understanding. But you won't find them, plagiarizing other belief systems and adopting folklore or whatever.
I have so many phones. Well, I think the question is, why are you watching my live stream on a phone? And you're wondering why I have so many phones? Well, it's because of live streaming. Hello?
Ciao guys, I'm headed to the gym.
Get your workout in.
Yeah, once you say Jesus Christ is not the Son of God, you're Antichrist. Straight up. So I don't know why they would want to associate themselves saying Jesus is a Muslim. That's blasphemy. You guys want to attach yourselves.
John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate.
Yourselves 1,000 times and tell us we believe in 3 gods. I have to remind you guys are Antichrist. If you deny the crucifixion, you deny the resurrection, you deny his kingship, his sonship, you are Antichrist. You deny he has a father, you are Antichrist. That's 1 John 2:22.
I just don't believe. I don't believe in magic, my bro. I don't believe some guy died and then he was resurrected or he had no father.
Well, then that's
just weird, man. I don't make such
in your book,
grand
he doesn't
statements.
have a father either. He doesn't have a father in your book either. So I don't know.
Man, let's burn all the books and make kebab on them. To be honest,
that's what you did. No. That's what you do. You burn books. We save manuscript. We have manuscript history. You bury it in
Your manuscript history is very. What should I tell you about it? Have you heard of a man named Bart Ehrman? He's already knocked that out of the park, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he doesn't deny the historical Jesus was crucified, but you do.
No, I agree. He was
Why
crucified.
Why you bring up Bart Ehrman?
Because I agree with him. He was
God
crucified.
God doesn't believe he was.
Bro, that was just a legend and a tale that was being told at the time during Muhammad's time, and he wanted to galvanize a community around him. He said, you know what, if you guys want to believe this, no problem, but don't touch my wife, don't steal my shit, don't murder. But yeah, you can believe all your magical fairy tales, no problem. 2 animals, everyone on one boat, no problem. That's what you guys want to believe. And now I'm arguing in 2026 the same points he was arguing 1,400 years later. No one's moved on, bro. Isn't that crazy?
So then how is the Bible not preserved if you're giving arguments from the 7th century and it's now the 21st century and the book is still saying Allah is not the Messiah? What has changed since the 7th century to the 21st century that you're saying that our books are corrupted? You see how stupid you sound? You see how dumb you fucking sound? You're thinking that the 7th century, okay, the Quran in the 7th century is making arguments against Christianity in the 7th century. For your book to still make sense today, those arguments are still going to hold, they have to hold through time. This is the 21st century. How is it that the arguments against the Christians in the 7th century, the same arguments that you're giving today in the 21st century, they have to be preserved? By you saying it's not preserved, you're just showing how your cognitive dissonance, your blindness to your cult is just ridiculous for you to make that point.
No, hold on. Let me just address real quick what you said.
If you still don't understand what I'm saying, I'm not going to repeat myself.
I did understand. You don't have to repeat yourself. Hold on. The problem is, okay, look. I'm going to grant you that the arguments are wrong.
Can you steel man what I said before we move on? Can you steel man what I said, please?
In the 7th century, they had arguments where, let me try to steel man it. What I understood from what you said. In the 7th century, certain claims or arguments were made against Christians. They should still be upheld.
The trying to always censor it.
Right? If it's to be preserved. Did I summarize that correctly or was I wrong?
Yeah, your account, you're saying that your book is preserved, and that you're making critiques about a book that's not preserved, then how are the arguments in the 7th century still holding today if they're not preserved? You do realize you're making that blunder. Yeah.
So I've still
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate fighting to liberate the city of Chicago. I need your signature on our petition. I need you to like this video, comment, and share. Together, we will save Chicago. Day number 1, we're going to cut property taxes 25%. 25% day number 1. Day number 2, we're going to rip out every bike lane in the city, every concrete bike lane. And we're going to rip out every concrete bump out that is restricting traffic flow, taking away parking spots, and destroying businesses. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. I hope you enjoy this video. I'm recording this on a new phone. It's a crappy phone, but it's a new phone. We're going to let this run for as long as it can, then we'll upload it to YouTube, then delete the video on my phone. We're listening to a podcast. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
I get blamed for being stupid all the time.
I don't think I was following. But did you say that you don't believe that the Quran was...
Okay, look, the argument, I'll summarize it very simply. Let me summarize it very simply. The argument can be wrong, but we can still trace the argument 1,400 years ago that it was preserved. The argument being right or wrong doesn't determine its preservation. It could still be a wrong argument, yet it was preserved for 1,400 years. No one changed the argument, yet the argument's wrong. There's no problem with that.
If the Quran, if Allah is speaking of the Christians of the 7th century, we're telling you that we still have the same manuscripts in the 7th century, which is true. We can prove that. Your Allah in the 7th century, 6th century, was arguing against the same apostolic Christians that still are today. That was that long ago. I'm not arguing whose book is more preserved. I'm saying they're both preserved. They're both preserved for them to make sense today as they did back then. So I'm saying to you, by saying that this book, the Bible, that Allah is critiquing, in order for those arguments to still make sense through time, Christianity must hold its tradition and its manuscript history. In order for the Quran to make any sense, the Quran doesn't explain who Cain and Abel are. They don't explain there's not, why there's not 10 plagues and there's only 9. You're not told why. You're not told why the land was given to Israel. It doesn't explain these things. You need to go to the Bible, my friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Or what language Jesus spoke.
Yeah, because it doesn't correct that in the Quran. And he's speaking Arabic in the Quran. And yet you're telling us he has to speak Aramaic in our book. Yeah, so
how do you know he's spoken Aramaic?
An Arabic spelling of... like historical evaluation. He spoke Hebrew
Well,
too.
what was the source?
Was around. Maybe he even spoke Greek at this time.
What is your primary source?
You really want me to bring up the sources?
Yeah, I want to know the primary source where he spoke Aramaic. The primary sources, not secondary sources, tertiary sources, fourtherdary sources. You're gonna fall right on the Bible, by the way.
Right, so my primary source is going to be the Bible itself. Do you have a problem with that?
There it is.
Do you have a problem with that?
Hey, you need us, man. You need us, man.
Hold on, my G. Do you have a problem with that? That's your primary source that you accept, right?
For your line of work, for your line of work, kind of, you need our too, to some degree.
Why don't we just go down the simple route here?
Not my line of work. It's the book you believe in, bro.
Hamza, can you explain atonement? Can you explain what atonement means? Just in the biblical sense, what does atonement mean?
Well, there's going to be like different definitions of atonement, right? You might not accept my the making amends or something like that. Are you going to disagree with that?
Yeah,
making like repairing a wrong.
What was the sacrificial system?
Back then, when it was Jews, it used to be animal sacrifice, like flower or like foliage, roses and stuff like that, flowers. But then it changed during Christianity. They said it had to be a human sacrifice, and that's where Jesus comes in. May peace be upon him.
Correct. You know why? No, you should just stop saying peace be upon him. You have to say sallallahu alayhi wasallam like you do for Muhammad, bro.
That's what peace means. That's what
No. You need to say it in that way that you praise Muhammad. You have to say, no, but you speak. There's no distinction between prophets. I do. So. I agree, bro. Chill. I'm just saying in English. The reason I said it in English because I want you to know that I respect this person you love. Because I really do respect him. Would have been nice to show us how you respect him in your language, in Arabic. And his family, may blessings be upon them too. Alright, good. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a father, so what family are you talking about? It's just him and his mother. Well, her mother at least. His mother at least. You're saying, are you praising God? Because that sounded really close to what you were saying. You're saying you're praising God, him and his family. That sounded very close. You guys are almost there, man. I'm not like Muslims, bro. I believe he had a father. I'm not inviting you to Christianity. I'm not inviting you to Christianity. I'm trying to make you understand how we believe. I'm not inviting you by any means. I know what you guys believe, but I don't think you know what I believe, man. I love Jesus Christ, man. Not like these other people you speak with.
I don't think you know what you actually believe because you don't even hold to the position that your Quran is preserved.
What's wrong with that? What does that mean? How does that signify that I don't know what I believe?
Well, you may believe in. Well, you say it wasn't preserved, so I don't know what part of the book was preserved and not preserved.
There's going to be like a historical critical analysis of the things that are preserved and not during history. That's how I'm going to study it.
So in other words, you base your belief on things that are verifiable in history that are in the Quran. Is that correct?
Exactly. Evidence is another way to say that. Right.
So in other words, you need the Bible in order. So would it be fair to say that anything that doesn't align up with the Bible, the Old and New Testament, that you can discard from the Quran, and then would it be fair? Because you can verify that those are primary sources and stuff like that.
Hold on, but the Bible I can show. Hold on, but like Bart Ehrman says, I can show like contradiction. I can show a historical evidence that those aren't preserved scriptures, just like Christians can do with the Quran. I put them both in the same category.
Oh, so you believe everything Bart?
Okay, let me get it right. No, throw the baby out with the bathwater. There is some things that can be verified. I think most likely when it comes to the Quran, there's more evidence because it comes later in history. And they had papyrus and it was written on stones and bones and stuff like that. So I have more of a lot more is preserved in that sense. But I still think there was political, economical, social corruptions in both scriptures. Wait. You see how you guys talk and you talk in circles, man? Papyrus? What is papyrus? Like a type of paper. But what is it made out of? I don't know. I don't remember. All right. So what's parchment? Because in the 6th century, parchment was already something that was like available. Yeah, but it withers through time. No, that's papyrus. We're talking about parchment. Parchment is made from animal skin, which was listen.
Muhammad had a kingdom, according to you guys, and that he owned so much land. He had all the opportunities to have it in parchment. That's what they were doing at this. That's what they were doing. Guess what? That's what they were slaughtering sheep for at the temple, because they were making what? Parchment paper. Makes sense? Exam question. So it would make sense because it's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive. And guess what? They have to. You know the difference between in the parchment from a young lamb to an older lamb? They still have to harbor this lamb and feed it and wait till it gets older and then sacrifice it and then take its skin and then stretch it out and then do it again and do it again and do it again. What are you telling me Muhammad didn't know these practices? So this is what I mean about you guys. You guys know nothing about the history or even how things are preserved, and yet you want to point the finger at somebody else. This is why you are antichrist. Your religion hates me and my existence. Okay? This is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm a Trinitarian. I cannot, and I will not let up on those.
It's not about that. No, look, your most ancient surviving scripture or manuscript is Papyrus P52. And that's dated to 125, 150 AD.
It's papyri, because it's papyri, it disintegrates.
125 years later is your first document, my bro.
Oh, what about yours? When was yours? 250 years later.
That's not true.
See what I mean?
That's not true.
Yo, you guys, bro.
That's not true what you just said.
I'm done.
You know that's not true what you just said. But I'm not even saying whatever survived from Uthman. I'm not saying that's not even corrupt. It could still survive 1,400 years, but still be corrupt. I take that position. It's most likely been corrupted by the Khalifa of the time, Uthman.
Yeah, he did. They picked and choose what they wanted and they burned it. I'm an original Quranist.
Oh, really?
I believe the original Quran said that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. Also, what was that? Jesus Christ was the Son of God. There was, the Trinity and all that type of stuff. But during Uthman's reign, he removed all these things when he burned all the manuscripts.
I've never heard this position in my life. What evidence do you have for that?
I'm original, and also Muhammad was a full-blown Christian too. But then Uthman came, and took all those preserved scriptures that was supposed to be right and took them all out, and then now you have the Quran.
I've never heard this view in my life. If you have any evidence, you can send it to me. I've never heard this.
You don't see the line of reasoning.
No, I'm not gonna critique it until I read the evidence. Maybe you're right. I just need evidence, right? I've never heard this before in my life.
So Muhammad was originally a real Christian, believed that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, the whole 9 yards, the Trinitarian, all of that. But then, Uthman, edited the Bible, edited, the text, and then, now we have what we have in Islam today.
Yeah, bro, if you want to send me evidence on that, I'm down to read it. And I love reading, so I will read whatever you send.
It's just a kind of reverse argument that Muslims use and says that, well, we believe that the Bible is corrupted, and then we believe that the Bible is corrupted, and then Muhammad came to correct it.
Carlos, have you ever heard this theory? Because maybe I'm ignorant about it. It could be the case that this is a popular theory that's held by people. Carlos, have you ever heard this theory?
Which theory? What, Quranism or something specific?
That Muhammad, may peace be upon him and his family, that he was actually a Christian, and in the Quran there was the Trinity, and there was the idea that Jesus was the Son of God, but it was removed by the third Khalifa Uthman.
Was the third or the second Khalifa?
I do actually think Quran is probably the most rational position Islamically to hold, but this view that you're saying about Muhammad being a Christian, and Islam was founded upon rejection of the Trinity, so I don't know why that would be why you would have this view.
Yeah, because Islam says in their Quran that the three that they're referring to is the Father, Son, and Mary. That was the Trinity. That's what the Quran says. But before it was the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The rejecting the Trinity is like foundational to Islam. So
now it is. But the original Quran didn't say that.
So Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover, go to chicagomayorvote.com. Day number 1, we're going to cut property taxes 25%. Day number 1, 25% property tax cut. We're going to rip out all the concrete bike lanes, destroying traffic, destroyed parking. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now.
That's the reason why they say yeah, that's why they use John 16, 12 through 15. Stick with that one, mister.
See, that's how any lie comes about. You know, you got people that come along later and distort the truth, and then they create a book for it. He's gonna go look it up. It's not even an actual position. I'm just using a reverse.
No, exactly. We're trying to say that if they had the real Injil, they'd be able to prove us wrong, but they don't. That's the point of the exercise.
Yeah, the story that I gave was not an actual story. He got offline to go research. He's not gonna find it. So the whole basic position premise, when you say, well, okay, you know, you got the Quran that comes 600 years later, and all of a sudden now is the authority of every scripture that was written before them. And so you filter everything else through the Quran that comes 600 years later. Anything that contradicts the Quran, you know, it was corrupted. So I can use the same argument and say, you know what? I'm original Quran original Quranist, where the original Quran and anything that contradicts this Quran that it's a reverse argument. That's all it is. It wasn't the actual position that people actually hold. But anyhow.
So why do you reject hadith, mister? For reasons.
I don't hold to any hadith, any Quranic, any of that. I hold to the Old and New Testament.
Well, you're a Christian.
Full blown.
So what's the Quranist?
It was a joke.
Okay.
I was being, what's the word I'm looking for? Is it facetious? Or, man, I don't know the word I'm trying to use for. But it was a joke. You know, it makes sense, you know, saying when you're dealing with people that say that the Bible is corrupted and the scriptures or the text that they have is the actual corrector of them and so on and so forth. And anything that contradicts the Quran would be against the truth or whatever. So in other words, I'm just playing around with the word and say that, well, I can use the same line of reasoning and say, well, I'm an original Quranist. I believe that, you know what I'm saying, it was corrupted by Usman. He removed all the real text and then, created fabrication. But yeah, I'm a Trinitarian. Been a hell long.
I don't know, I mean, if he was mentioned in it, we'd be believers. The fact that it's not brought up makes me think it's fake.
Between the Old and the New Testament passages, there's continuity of thought. You know, it's coherent. It fits well together. Then you get 600 years, the Quran saying that, well, you know, there's a prophet that, Moses spoke about, Muhammad is a prophet that Moses spoke about, saying before he will be coming, or when it talks about, I shall send you another comforter. And they said, that's Muhammad. I said, okay, if that's the case, why is it inconsistent with every text that came before the Quran? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Shamoon did an amazing job showing with that guy, the doctor, whatever his name was. And he presented 381. 381 is the Atomic Dilemma, man. Chapter 3, verse 81. You know, the one confirms the scriptures they have with them. Is Muhammad confirming the scriptures we had with us? His followers say no. His followers say that the scriptures are corrupted. So then, under his own verification with his book, and how you know, because this works in the Old Testament. You even have, I'll give you an example, John the Baptist with Jesus. They're confirming one another, right? They have that continuity. But well, when it comes to Muhammad, his followers saying that we no longer have the scriptures.
Over their text.
And naturally, Muslims are not going to like me, cause them to have some doubt. I'm going to cause them to think about what their scriptures are saying and give them the evidence to show that there is no corruption like they say they are, and how they just say things without giving evidence. I'm going to push them to that limit. So we as Christians have a space, and it's called atheism. And Christians are constantly being challenged by people who don't believe or used to believe, and we have answers to these questions. They might not be the best answers for people that don't believe, but there's still a conversation to be had. The conversation can never be had with Islam. They don't have this kind of space. They don't have an atheistic world, an atheistic stage. They don't have atheists. You know why? Because anybody that causes disbelief is going to be shunned out of the community or even killed. They don't have that kind of community that's open to, having discourse about things that are true or not true. And because they don't have that, I mean, just that alone, I could say that religion is false. Because they're so scared.
It's hard. It's hard to stand in opposition. Just like Jehovah's Witnesses. Majority of them that remain in their belief system is their communication. They
then, mister, we always have to do this, like, oh, well, you know, and Nargis does this. Well, they just don't know any better, and let's, since they're not educated, let's be a little, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But here they are wishing my death upon their upon their insecurity and basically their naiveness, their ignorance on what they're discussing. But I have to be nice to these people and just treat. She's basically telling me, oh well, they're stupid, so let's just be nice to them for the sake of the conversation. What? No. We're running down the court and we're slamming the ball with both hands in their face. Okay? Fuck out of here with this shit. Fucking no more Mr. Nice Guy shit. Fuck them. I mean, they don't know any better. They don't understand the Trinity. Let's be nice, Art. I know that they're stupid, but, they're good people.
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate fighting to liberate the city of Chicago. I need your signature on our petition. I need your...
I know they like to sleep with children, but let's still give them the benefit. These people don't like to do it, so let's not blame them. No. What do you mean these people don't like to do it? What is she talking about? Are you serious? If my brother, listen to me, if my brother, my own blood brother, my father, abused a child, I would put him in jail. Okay? Do you think that's the same for them? So you're trying to tell me I should hold them to the same standard?
It became a sensation. I'll try and find the article. I don't know.
Like life?
Yeah.
Wow. That would actually spread. That could work in other
Yeah,
third
they're
world
expanding.
countries.
They're expanding now exactly because of that.
There's a lot of places on the planet where...
Exactly. So there was an article about him getting a lot of investments in, I'll check, hold on.
Telemachus.
Yes.
What is, you have your, any opinions about what I said about starting off with the territory and going from there to a state?
Oh. No, I think I missed on that one. What was it exactly?
Are you Palestinian? I keep forgetting.
No. I'm from Pakistan, bro.
Pakistan, okay. No, I was saying for Palestinians, instead of demanding a state, which is the end game, It's a maximist position, even though it shouldn't be a maximist position to lift an occupation off of a people. But
Did you see? I put the link to the website so you guys can check it out.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking more along lines of starting, asking for territory, meaning, the territory we're on. The settlers don't have to leave. We just need more governance, more power. We need to build up our security forces, need to protect ourselves against the settlers as a first step.
You
And
do know
it would
you're
have to
asking for the
include
one
Gaza.
thing that they will never give you, right?
What?
The whole liberal Zionist narrative is give back 99% of the occupied territories, maintain 99% of security control, hence demilitarize Palestinian territory always.
But security forces it's still demilitarized. Israel would still consider that demilitarized because they have trained security forces.
Yes, but those security forces cannot operate against settlers.
That's where the upgrade comes in, the territory.
And that is what they will never give you.
Well, I think it's something that is reasonable to ask, and I think the world would help force Israel to give that as a starting point,
Then why did the world derail that French-Saudi initiative? Because this French-Saudi initiative has a pathway not very dissimilar to that, but it was intentionally derailed by Trump 20-point Gaza plan, and nobody's talked about it ever since. And
that's true. That's true. I forgot about that. But the French-Saudi initiative did bring on multiple Western countries, G7 countries, to recognition of
It
Palestine.
was supposed to pass, 149 countries recognized Palestine, and the next step was supposed to be recognition of the French-Saudi initiative, which is exactly when Bibi and Trump derailed it.
Yeah, like I said, I think asking for, everything when you first start it's just not reasonable. Or I shouldn't say it that way. It is reasonable. It's not feasible. Like you said, Israel won't allow it, and it would be derailed.
Whatever could potentially happen will only happen if international community will force Israel to comply. No matter how small or big, it won't happen.
You have to have a narrative. But you have to have a narrative that they would hook onto. I think allowing Palestinians to have a territory that is overseen by Israel, where Palestinians are guaranteed that the settlers will not enter or harm them, and settlement expansion will stop.
That's Oslo, Edward.
No, but we're not. But Oslo is done. The only thing we got out of Oslo is the PLO.
You're asking for another Oslo.
No, I'm asking for the minimum that the world would grasp onto and help push through with Israel and the United Nations, and something that the U.S. would be hard to counter, which is territory, safety and security for Palestinians, without asking for an outright state, but a way of Palestinians proving themselves, and with a time frame, with a timeline.
So I get where you're coming from, but what you're describing is exactly Oslo. The time frame, the 5 years, Palestinians will show that they're being de-radicalized and all that bullshit. But I think you're reaching. Look, if we're going to go for something that the world is going to impose, I actually did a space about this a week ago, which was very interesting because it created a lot of support and a lot of objection at the same time. But I'll send you the recording to listen to. If the initiative of a two-state, one homeland that calls for a demilitarized binational
Confederacy. So there's a whole bunch of details, but the good thing about that specific initiative that the main attention that it's being given is actually international. And I think that if the international community is ever going to impose anything on Israel, we might as well go far, far more. You need to ask for a lot more than just that, because that's also again. And I think that the world is prepared in this time, day and age, to impose a demilitarized confederacy on Israel. Because it won't happen.
Demilitarizing Israel is not going to be possible. We just talked about how it's becoming a highly focused, military
They
focused
can have
economy.
their military industrial, but the idea is that there's no separate military. Border control, intelligence, security between the river and the sea is a joint institution between the two, I don't know, sovereign nations within the Confederacy. So Israel, in no point, gets to the place where it has bombs, tanks, and airplanes to attack Palestinians.
What do you mean? I mean that's Israel. The U.S. would never go for that. That's what I'm saying.
So this is why I disagree. I actually think that if there's any chance that the world is going to impose a solution, then I think that we might as well go for something far, because again, if something like this, and I understand where you come from, but it's just an also 2.0. And I understand the survival mode, and I'm never going to tell you how to resist or how to liberate Palestine. I just think that it's too little. It's just going to be the same cycle all over again.
Before I say anything, Telemachus wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry, Telemachus.
No,
you're good. My only issue with this is like, once let's say the territory is given, the world will forget about giving the Palestinian people a state. That is also an issue, I think.
But I think it has to be a whole package. Like, here's the pathway to a Palestinian state. We start with a territory for a certain amount of time. Palestinians will do A, B, and C, right. And then the settlers will be, probably half the settlements will be gone, will be removed, and then land swaps, and then we get into maybe even a pre-state scenario. And all this has to be laid out, mandated by the UN, everything signed off on by the US, by all 5 veto nations, by Israel, by everybody. But I think, asking Palestinians to prove themselves, even though morally we shouldn't have to, but we should always remember, if you want to get your ideas across, you should always know your audience and play to your audience. And our audience is the international stage. And it's mostly the Western countries. And the citizens of these countries. If Palestinians come out looking super reasonable, let us prove ourselves. Let us, have a territory. Let's ensure that settlers do not attack us. And go from there. Yeah, but it should all be a on the path to statehood.
I love you guys. I'm going to drop down and give the stage to other people. But Edward, I think you're aiming too low.
Too low.
Here, Ambrose.
Too low. Resistance. You wanted to come up? I don't spell resistance, so I thought somebody else wanted to come up.
El Call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, up already.
Khal, how are you, Edward?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. So it's my turn now?
I think Sam and John and Telemachus were way before me.
No, I think we're not really speaking, so you can go ahead, lay down.
All right, yeah. You're fine.
Okay. To be honest with you, like, I believe that we don't need to prove ourselves to anyone. Like, it's my home. My house.
Yeah.
I don't need the permission of somebody else to live in my own home. So we solve the thing from the very base, from the very root, you know? Like,
Are you Palestinian?
Yeah, I'm a Palestinian. Edward, we've talked way too many times.
Okay, yeah, okay, I remember.
I'm the Palestinian in Italy.
Yeah, I remember you. When you used that tone with me just now, I remembered who you are.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree we shouldn't have to prove ourselves.
No, and for me, like, we should solve the problem from the very root. Like, these colonizers came onto our land because our ancestors were dumb enough and silly enough and nice enough to accept them because they were under oppression. Now Europe is not under oppression.
Yeah.
Europe has to prove to themselves that they are not anti-Semitic anymore, and they should take them back, and we will see. If they can live with them without doing any oppression for them, then good job, Europe. You've worked on yourself. You changed. You're not anti-Semitic anymore. But otherwise, this is my fucking land. I don't need to prove to anyone that, oh, you shouldn't steal my house because it's mine. I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I'm a bad person. I'm an animal. I'm a devil. Whatever you want. You can call me whatever you want. It's my own fucking house, my own fucking land. Go back to where you came from.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's a difference between when I'm proposing being morally the right thing, you know.
The moral thing for them right now, since they are not under oppression, since America and Europe loves them so much, if they have any morals, they would go back to Europe and Russia and.
That's true, but you know that that's not going to happen.
Right? We will see. They call us terrorists because we defend our land. We want.
True, but Palestinians.
What was took by fire, it would be returned by fire.
Yeah, but Palestinians may not survive the fire.
Don't worry.
If it keeps going like this.
We are way too many.
Yeah, but we don't. You know, why should we all die when there's another path where?
Because I will not compromise with someone who stole my home after I took him in, and then he killed my kids, burned my graves, and did all the atrocities that anybody can think of.
So you want to be right? Is what the objective for you? It's. You want to look at this from a moral perspective, which I mean, it's not wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying, why not look at it from a position of what gets us what we want?
Let me put it in this example. For example, okay. So you have $1 million. Okay, $1 million. I took from you as a debit. I asked you to borrow some money. I took from you, let's say, 200,000. Okay. After that, I took another 200,000. Then I stole your bank information and stole all the rest and left you 100. Would you find me to get your own money that you worked so hard for? Or would you tell me, you know what? Take 800 and just give me 200. My grandparents worked their asses off
to get a home that was stolen. Another one, their grandfathers worked so fucking hard. They suffered so much with the injustice from the Ottomans, from Abbasides, from Umayyads to keep their lands. For whom? For a fucking European or American that says, "Oh, the water, the dragon that spits water, says in his holy book that your house is mine."
So, a couple of things I wanted to say. First, I'm assuming you're not for two states. You're one state.
No. Don't get me wrong. I'm with two states.
Okay. So
one state. Listen to me. One state for the Palestinians with the borders of from the sea to the river, and another state for the for the Israelis wherever they want in Europe.
Okay, so that's one state. Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. What I'm saying is, I believe that the quicker that the conflicts die down in the Middle East, the quicker that Palestinians are on a road to statehood, where Israel doesn't have any enemies.
Would you give up?
Hold on. The quicker that Israel cannot fight its enemies, I think that would be the beginning of the end of Israel.
Israel would fight their enemies just because.
Hold on.
They pulled my hair.
I understand. But you have to also look at it in a way where what is best for the Palestinians right now on the land? What is the best way of getting or achieving the ultimate goal? Okay.
Edward, I really have a question to make it way faster for you. Would you give up the lands and the house?
It's not. You have to first understand my position. You should understand my position. It doesn't sound like you understand my position. I am saying that we should take it in steps, not the whole thing
There's
at once.
no way Oslo will happen. This is the Oslo idea.
It's not Oslo. It's not Oslo. Different people, different circumstances, and we are aware of all the.
But it's the same entity, the same oppressor.
It's not Oslo. But what I can tell you is doing it your way, just waiting and fighting Israel. First off, have you asked the Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza if they're willing to continue the fight? And I would tell you that they're not. They're not wanting to keep. They don't want to keep dying. When 300% of the Palestinians live outside of Palestine, and they're the ones saying, fight, destroy. They have no weapons. They have no opportunity. Why should they? And wait, hold on. Why should their children die? Hold on. Why should their children? Why should Palestinian children die for your pride?
Of course, the Israeli colonizer will give you a heart. Of course,
Why should they die for your pride? Give me a reason why they should. If there's another way to accomplish the same goals.
Habibi, my cousins are there. My family are there.
Okay.
From the West Bank.
So why do you want them to die for your pride?
I don't have absolutely any citizenship or anything outside from my Palestinian.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is, why have them die?
When I'm talking to you, I'm not talking from a point of privilege.
I'm not privileged. I'm saying pride. You want to be right, but if we can accomplish the same thing by
accomplish what, Habibi? They will keep on colonizing you. They will keep on killing you. Have they stopped expanding since 1885, since they first came to colonize?
Okay, so your answer is, Palestinians should fight until Israel is destroyed.
Not wanting to die doesn't mean that you surrender. If you want to talk about the people on the ground, then.
Exactly.
No, they don't want to die. They don't want to fight. They know what happens. They have no weapons. They have no training. Everything has been taken from them. They are not going to destroy Israel. That is not going to happen.
Edward, I have an easier thing, an easier way. You know what? Let's bag our things and go out to lift it for them because they are so evil they will kill us.
You could do that, but Palestinians that can, listen,
leave us alone.
That's fine. You could take both positions. My position is that we Palestinians should first have the world behind us and ask for a pathway to statehood. That pathway would include steps, territory.
Did the world abide to the rules that they have put in the UN?
What I'm proposing is the only path forward.
Please, let me finish, please.
Well, you've been talking for a while. You haven't let me complete barely 2 sentences.
Just this point. It's less than 2 sentences, brother. So, did the world abide to the law that they put there for themselves? And did something when they saw that Israel is violating literally every single rule in human rights, and they are bombing kids and civilians and doing a live genocide and bombing hospitals?
No, but the people have woken up and know what Israel is now. And now is the best opportunity we have. We finally are recognized as human beings by the world, the global population, and we are recognized to be under occupation, and Israel is now recognized as a barbaric nation, barbaric people that have committed a genocide. So now is the time to ask for, and not ask, demand for a pathway to statehood, which would...
It's the time to get your whole land back.
You can't, how? You don't have a plan. Your plan is what? What's your plan?
My plan?
You want to destroy Israel. What's your plan?
We are terrorists. We are whatever you say. These people are in danger. Since you are not anti-Semitic anymore, take them back.
What's your plan? What's your plan? No one's taking anybody back. Nobody's taking anybody out of Israel.
When somebody is pointing a gun on your head, you either fight or get killed. You don't get on your knees and start licking their asses and balls.
Okay, but who says anything about licking their asses and balls? This is called planning and being strategic. This is called... but you don't... Okay, what is your plan? What is your plan? Give us your plan. Lay out your plan for us. Go ahead.
Habibi, you let the resistance keep on doing what they are doing.
No, the resistance can't take down Israel. It's impossible. Israel will fall. I believe within 10 years of Palestinians getting, at the very least, a territory, if not a state.
They will give you Ramallah and they will have all the rest.
I mean, I don't think Palestinians are dumb either.
Well, we had Yasser Arafat that gave up 78%.
I don't think that the Palestinians living there and the Palestinians in the diaspora are dumb. They put their trust in the U.S. It's a different world today. We're not doing that again. We are saying here are international rights. Here's international law, which we were not able to use during Oslo. And now we have the world behind us. It's a different time.
Did they do anything for your kids that are being bombed?
You asked already.
No.
You already asked. But yet, I have a plan. But I have a plan that could possibly get us to a state.
You're not white. They see that.
Okay. But wait. I have a plan. What is your plan? I have a plan. You haven't presented a plan. All you presented is...
You keep on supporting the resistance and let them do what they are doing.
They're not going to ever take down Israel. I guarantee you.
Did you expect the Vietnamese to win against the Americans? Yeah.
I mean, how many of them died? Millions.
Oh, but okay. That's the price you have to pay.
No, but we don't. But if there's another way, then we don't have to pay that price.
Yeah, but the way that you're presenting is going to take away much from the Palestinians.
No.
Not only
no.
that.
Why would it take away?
Not only that, just
well, no, you know what it takes away? The pride. It takes away the pride.
No,
And yeah, it's taking away the pride.
It's not
It
about
is.
pride.
It's about pride.
Okay, tell us, how would a plan like the one you presented work?
I just did, like 10 times.
No, repeat it. Like, I know you want international force, and then what?
No. I said you have to start somewhere. A pathway for Palestinians to demand a pathway to a state, not a state.
Make your plan work now. Let's start. What would?
Okay. First thing is to make sure that we have elections, that we have representation, some of the government that speaks for us, the Palestinian diaspora involved with the Palestinians in the West Bank. We would. I'm telling you.
No, you're saying this is what you want.
Okay, let me show you. Here we go. Let me show you. Without any pride. Without any pride. Let me show you. This is a humble way of doing it. Which is, let me show you.
PLO literally
Let me show you.
for Israel.
Let me show you. Let me show you. So when we now have the world that is recognizing Palestine and Palestinians and our rights, and the fact that we are under occupation, where they didn't even know who we were a few years ago. We now have an opportunity. We now have an opportunity to be able to demand of the UN, of the veto nations, of the G7, that we have a pathway to a Palestinian state that is agreed upon and mandated, going through the Security Council, mandated by the UN.
Edward, this world that you're talking about is still supplying Israel with weapons to kill your own people.
Yes, and it will keep doing so. The mandate, however,
to keep crying for the world to give us a lesson.
No. My plan would legitimize Palestinians, legitimize at the very least a territory that Israel would not be allowed to breach, and if it does, it would be against the UN mandate and against the nations assigned on to Palestinians having a territory. Now, the territory is the beginning. The whole mandate would include the territory up to the state. No, we never did that. We never done anything like this.
Okay. All of the international community has an agreement on something that's called human rights.
And we should use that.
Wait a sec. And the Roma agreement and everything. And what did they do when Israel breached every single
I shared my plan.
They did nothing.
I shared my plan. I shared mine. Now you share yours, and Justice, feel free to share yours. What would get us to a position of having a state with the least amount of Palestinians killed?
But I look at it a little bit differently than the way you look at it, dude. And I look at it in a way is that if you want freedom, this is a price that you have to pay. Unfortunately, I'm not in support of the deaths of the Palestinians, but this is the price that you have to pay. Now, what you're saying...
You're saying that you have to pay this price, but who told you that you have to pay this price?
I have to pay this price.
Who told you?
The people that your people are facing understands no language other than resistance and violence.
But you could get the world involved. You would not even give that a chance.
Wait, but what world are you talking about, dude? They witnessed the genocide happen. They witnessed the genocide happen in Gaza and did nothing about it. So how do you get them involved now?
You're saying the only pathway is for Palestinians to be, and not just killed, to be erased. That's your plan.
I'm going with your plan.
There will be no Palestinians left.
I'm going with your plan. You're saying the word witness.
No, you're not going with my plan, because my plan requires you to put aside your pride.
Yeah, but
you're
it
not
has
willing
nothing
to do
to
that.
do with that. Okay, me, like among 15, 20 million people, I'm nothing. So you're saying the word witnessed the genocide in Gaza did nothing. The world is supplying Israel with weapons and everything they need to commit this genocide and commit these crimes in Palestine, and they're doing nothing. So how can you say that we have the world to back us up?
So what do you expect to happen then? You are expecting Palestinians to all of a sudden destroy Israel?
No, they're gonna
really
let them lead until they're destroyed.
How?
They're gonna implode from the inside.
It is going to implode. They're going to implode.
Israel started falling, dude.
Okay, that's what right. I do agree with that. The best way to accelerate this is to not give Israel the excuse of making the Palestinians.
So now when it started bleeding, you want to put a band-aid on it?
No. If you don't give them the excuse of Palestinians being the enemy, then they would have to turn to themselves. Edward, there's no band-aid on it. It's actually putting a knife in it.
Edward Habibi, what you're saying is literally what the PLO has been trying to do.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
It's not. I've read everything that the PLO has put out. I read the Palestinian papers, everything that was done. In fact, I read all of it. Believe me, it's not the same thing. We're in a different world.
Edward, I'm not talking about papers. I'm talking about real life. PLO literally works for...
Papers aren't real life. Books aren't real life. History is our teacher.
You know what? This person says a bad word about you. I will put him in jail and torture him.
What's that got to do?
But please don't kill us. Wait a second.
What's that got to do with the Palestinian people? The Palestinian people should still demand their rights. They still should demand a pathway to a state. Why would you not want to demand a pathway to a state?
They're demanding while resisting,
Why? I'm not saying to stop resisting. I'm saying if we have a pathway,
Give me 1 second. Let me take out this filthy Zionist scumbag out of the room. Get the fuck out of here, Gigi.
Kick that out, Norma.
Oh my God. That's terrible.
Yeah, look, continue.
I'm not saying we should stop resisting until the world, the UN agrees and solidifies a pathway for Palestinians to have their state.
Edward, fuck the useless nations. Fuck the UN, which is the...
We have to ask. We have to do this. We have to ask for our rights. We have to do this because we can't go down a path of killing millions of Palestinians without doing this first. And I'm not saying we should stop resisting, but if it is agreed, and if Israel does pull out of the West Bank, if Israel, if we do get an international force there,
a binational confederacy.
Edward, I have a question. I will go with you to the very end, okay? Israel went back from Gaza and the West Bank. They removed all the settlements, okay?
Well, no, the settlements wouldn't be removed first.
Wait a sec. I'm going to you with the very further. Okay. That they removed all the settlements from the West Bank. They give the Palestinians the east of Jerusalem, and they went out of Gaza. Okay.
Yeah.
They will do it at the price that you should never ever ask for your other lands back, and that you should live with this distorted type of state. But let's say, okay, my family has lands and houses in the occupied parts. How am I supposed to get these?
So
I have an inheritance in these parts. And
I have an inheritance in these parts. I've got an inheritance coming my way. Just gotta do what I say. My inheritance is coming my way. You just gotta do what I say.
You wouldn't give up your inheritance?
Hello?
Yeah, I will definitely give up my inheritance.
Okay. You want to give up your inheritance, that's your thing. I don't want to give up my
inheritance. Yeah, that's you though. But the Palestinians that live there now, what's more important? Inheritance or their lives? What's more important? And also, what I'm saying doesn't mean the Palestinians can't return to Israel. They just won't be allowed to vote. I think that's something that would be reasonable.
It's a so human rights thing. Yeah, I know.
No, this is the best that we can hope for. If we can get a state for ourselves, yes. If you're saying destroying Israel, now, under my plan, I truly believe that within 10 years, Israel would be destroyed and we would have.
It's just gonna be destroyed. It's gonna implode and destroy itself. Yeah.
Palestinians getting a state and having.
These people are delusional.
And they're no longer killed.
We fought the Crusaders for more than 200.
That was a Crusaders.
He fought the Crusaders. Oh yeah, this guy did. The Inheritor.
Now we're dealing with biological weapons and chemical weapons.
Biological and chemical weapon attacks? Hello?
It's a problem because Palestinians, at the end of the day, our job is to figure out a way of to ensure that Palestinians survive.
No, the job is
not win and only have 2 people left.
Listen, we got these trashes of human creatures because Europe was anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I know. I didn't say it was morally right. I didn't say it was,
I don't care. They go.
I don't care.
You need to care. You need to.
I don't care.
The safety and well-being.
I do not care what you say. I don't care.
They were genocided. That was only a tiny thing.
Genocided or no anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, then you shouldn't talk about Palestinians.
I don't care about any Israeli, to be honest with you. I don't care if they have to start from their graves, from the zero.
You keep talking about Israelis. I'm talking about Palestinians. You're fixated on Israelis. You want revenge. And that's fine, understandable. But you can't take all the Palestinians that live there with you for your revenge.
No problem, Edward. Collect all the Palestinians that thinks like you. Write down a piece of paper.
Most Palestinians think like me. Most Palestinians, you ask them now, they say they don't care if it's a 1 state or 2 states, as long as it's over. That's what they say.
Perfect. Give up your inheritances and go to live whatever you want in the world.
No, they stay right there.
No.
They could stay right there. No, it's not up to you. They could stay right there. It's not for you to take away anything from them.
Expect other people to give up everything, give up their blood that has been spilled.
You can go fight Israel. You can go fight Israel.
But
don't send people in the West Bank. Don't send people in the West Bank who are under occupation and have suffered to fight your vengeance war.
But
no.
Edward, the same way you're speaking and sharing your opinion on what would you like to see, him as a Palestinian, he's also sharing his own opinion and what maybe the people he knows do or want to do. You know what I mean? So both of you can't be just sending each other to like that.
Edward Habibi.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Edward Habibi, if you're ready to live with a neighbor that's ready to kill your child and drink his blood on breakfast, and smile about it, and tell you that he's so civilized, I'm not.
But you don't live there.
I have no other documentation right now. I don't live there. I have no other documentation, Habibi.
Okay, but I understand. But when you talk
I have blood there. I have family.
If there was a Palestinian state, then you could live there. I'm not saying you don't deserve to get what is yours, and you don't deserve, or Palestinians don't deserve to have the foreigners removed from Palestine. I'm not saying that we don't deserve that, and I'm not saying it's that position is a morally correct position. Okay? What I'm saying, though, we can start with a pathway to a Palestinian state and work on that.
Yeah,
and if we do this...
What the Arabs and the PLO wanted before. And did that accomplish? No.
Yeah, that's the thing.
All the blood that has been spilled right now in Gaza, it's on the hands of the people who thought from the very beginning that you can compromise or talk with these creatures.
Right. Now it's time to involve the...
Now it's time to fight more than...
No! You were showing a genocide already. You're already showing a genocide.
Okay, so every time the white creature do a genocide, we should just kneel to them and kiss their asses so they don't kill us
if
anymore.
you want want, but I have a different path. A path where...
His ass.
No, it's not.
Please,
it's Palestinians. It's Palestinians using...
Human rights.
It's Palestinians using the world opinion, which is on their side, against Israel by leveraging it and getting more than what they have now.
Have been bombed. Your hospitals have been bombed. What did the world do to you? Nothing. They gave them weapons to kill you.
Yeah, but if what I'm saying doesn't work.
They literally are still giving them weapons, Habibi.
Yes.
The world doesn't give a
Yes.
about you. You're not white. You're not blonde. You're
Yes.
not with blue
I
eyes.
know. I'm older. I'm sure I'm older than you. I know all this, but I also know that our job as human beings, and I don't know if you're Muslim or not. I'm Muslim. Is to minimize casualties, minimize deaths, to take the path that would get you to meet your objectives with the least amount of people killed.
Yeah.
That is your responsibility. That is my responsibility.
But Edward, can you give me one time for the last 500 years, okay? The white creature that goes to other lands and start killing them and do genocides. Have they ever abided to a treaty?
I'm sure they have, especially in the 1900s. You're saying 500 years, but that's a fallacy. We are talking about
Anglo-Saxons.
The world in the last 5 years has changed.
No. Nothing has changed.
Yes, it has. And you have to recognize that the world has changed.
Has never changed.
If you can't recognize change, how are you going to recognize opportunity?
Okay, give me how did it change while your kids are still starving and dying from thirst, and they are still being bombed till now? Yeah, give me.
Because now the world knows.
Oh my God,
what Israel.
They didn't know for the last.
No, they didn't. They did not. Now the world knows.
They didn't see anything.
No.
Edward, when you say the word knows, you're talking about the normal human beings. Like,
yeah.
So how does that really help the government are still supporting Israel?
Because these human beings, the government officials in these Western countries are answerable to these human beings. And if it's shifting, just like it is here in the U.S. with politicians, it's shifting. So now it's more like, for example, in the Democratic Party, you know, they call it a genocide. They also find AIPAC money toxic. Like AIPAC has become toxic. Palestinian rights, or I should say, before, you know, should Palestinians have a state? Now it's Palestinians must have a state. It is their right. That is the mainstream view.
Did it do anything on the human right part for your kids on the ground in Gaza? Did it give them at least water and food and not being bombed and forced them?
No, when did you say this? No, it did not.
It has no value. It
does have value.
It's just
okay.
Habibi.
Okay. What you said though, how does that have value if there are no Palestinians left? How does that have value? At the end of the day, why?
What do you mean by no Palestinians left? Like,
Because we believe that if we do resistance, that all of us will be killed and the Israelis will take up everything. And
not resistance. If we go and our objective is to destroy Israel, we would be destroyed before Israel would.
But who said that you're going in and your objective is to destroy Israel? Where are you coming with that?
That's what they're saying.
No, he's not saying that. He didn't say that. He said resist.
No, he did say this, Justice.
He said go and destroy Israel?
Yes.
Is that what you said? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part, Thomas.
Okay, what I have literally said is I want my whole fucking land back from the river to the sea. I don't care in what way these Israelis want to go out. They want to fight, we fight. They want to go out and book a flight. They can do that. They want to swim. They want to hike. they want to walk, they want to drive a car. I don't care. What I care about is my right as a Palestinian, as the oldest and most ancient civilization on this fucking cursed planet.
Is that true?
It's my fucking right. Yeah. If you don't know that.
Wait, let's go on a commercial break and kick this Zionist scumbag Randy out of this room.
Okay,
yeah, for entertainment purposes. Okay, now get the fuck out of here, Randy. Thank you very much.
Hey, you get so much
but
joy.
there are still a few in the room, yeah, Edward, that I'm keeping for,
I understand. But the ones, I understand, but you get a lot of joy. I'm not denying you your joy. You should have it. Let me break it up.
You're breaking up, brother.
You're breaking up.
Is this better? Is this better?
Yeah.
Wait, let me get Daniela as well out of this room for entertainment purposes.
Well, I mean, it might crash out. It'd be fun.
I kept him for you. I kept him.
Well, it's up to you, but it might end up crashing out, and wouldn't that be more satisfying?
Okay, I'm leaving.
Ya Allah.
You have Buttercup blocked?
Maybe. Did she
I'm Bunker. Yeah, I'm Bunker.
Oh,
I'm
Bunker? Yeah, okay, absolutely.
He has plans.
Yes.
Justice.
Blocker, to be honest.
It's the first time I see you, but I love you.
Blocker.
We shouldn't block her, Justice. See, she has unfriended me, but she hasn't blocked me, so we should.
Wait, you?
Yeah, me as well. Yeah. Because I snitched on her, basically I said that she was calling Ace bad names.
Oh,
Ludwig was there. Oh my god, Ludwig was there. Ludwig actually called for the same thing that she called Ace, basically, in the chats. Yeah, Ludwig was there. Justice was there. We all remember that.
Yeah, October the 7th, her as a retaliation for Ace when she
Hey, Ludwig. How are you, brother?
What are you doing, brother?
I'm doing okay. I'm just having an argument
for Ace, man.
Okay, Edward and I'll go back to you guys' conversation. Yeah, but go.
Oh my God.
You're having the clash of the Palestinians right now.
The clash of the Titans.
No, I don't think it's that clash, to be honest with you. It's just that you want. I'm actually mostly on Al Khada's side, by the way.
That's why I said I love you, Justice. It's the first time I see you, brother, but I love you for real.
and what Edward is asking for is very unrealistic, very unrealistic.
Wait, destroying Israel, you think that's realistic?
Yeah, I'm not talking about destroying Israel. I'm not saying specifically destroying Israel, but not to leave the resistance hanging.
No, not to leave the resistance hanging. What are you talking about? Why is it so black and white? I'm saying, okay, Justice, let me ask you this. Justice, if we had, from the UN, the Security Council, a complete pathway that Palestinians, Israelis, the UN, which means the US and all these countries agreed upon, a guaranteed pathway to a state. And we have to do certain things in order to get the state, right? But it's a guaranteed pathway. We know exactly what we have to do. It's guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Should we then still resist, or should we start doing what the UN?
Yeah, stop committing terrorism. That'd be a good place to start.
If we don't get our state.
What did the UN help you with?
I'm not saying. Theoretically, I'm saying if we demand a Palestinian state, shouldn't we demand a Palestinian state?
Yes, you should demand the Palestinian state.
Okay, so we should have a pathway to get to a Palestinian state.
Yes.
This is reasonable. Yes. Okay, yes. If they agree,
yes,
we agree on it. Hamas agrees on it, right? Would agree on it. Okay?
I don't know, I have to make a phone call for that one.
No, I'm saying if Hamas agrees on it, because they're saying this too, a pathway to a Palestinian state. Now, we can suspend resistance and build towards that Palestinian state until Israel decides, to sabotage it. That way we still have the world on our side, and we still have resistance. I'm not saying we should give up resistance. What?
It did happen. The problem is it did already happen, but they didn't want to believe it.
Now you break it up. Say it again.
He was asking you, didn't that already happen? And I was telling him that it already happened, but Edward doesn't want to believe that it already happened.
It has not happened. Where? When?
Yeah, it has happened. Like, what do you mean the UN? The UN is a big joke. It's never gonna help Palestinians to have a state. Like, it's never.
No, but we should at least demand a state. We need to demand a state. That's what I'm saying.
United Nations is a tool of the great powers to suppress, weaker nations.
Listen, I don't believe in the UN either, but we should still demand a Palestinian state and a pathway to getting a Palestinian state.
For the last 60 years, by the way, maybe.
Huh?
You have been demanding.
No, we haven't. We really haven't, honestly.
Okay,
I'll be honest, we haven't.
Can you tell me, please, what did the Oslo Agreement was talking about?
It was talking about a pathway to
I'm complicit! Oh no! Am I complicit in the 3,000 abortions every day in America? Hello?
The difference between that, the Oslo, and today is during Oslo, everything was kept secret anymore. Oslo was kept secret. And Arafat, the Palestinians, were not able to exercise their international rights. Bill Clinton said everything needs to be decided with Israel directly and no outside parties. So we did not have international law working for us. Today it's different, and most people around the world didn't know much about Palestinians and they care. Okay, today it's different. Okay, I'm telling you, I will prove you on this. You don't know what's going to come over. I don't like you. I'm not saying it will work. I'm saying it's worth a shot. International community outside. There's all rules. That's there is no public hospital, no Thanksgiving, no genocide. We already decided, we already agreed that there is a genocide in Gaza. And actually, the global genocide in front of me.
Did you hear a lot of it?
No. Like 2 seconds.
Okay, I already hung up on him anyways.
All I heard was document for sure.
Yeah, it's an insurance company out for my land in Colorado, and I won't say anything anymore. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your conversation.
Okay.
That was rude.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay, Habibi. Edward Habibi, my question is, did the international community abide to its own rules and did anything? No, they give them more weapons to kill you. They are still giving them more weapons. When we had an agreement with them, and we gave them their pigs back, okay? Did the international community force Israel to abide to the things that they have agreed on? No. The world community doesn't give a rat's ass about you. But the problem in what the idea that you're or the thing that you want or would like to see or that you're advocating for, the first rule would be from the international community, okay, you want a state, you have to prove to us that you are human beings by giving up all of your weapons, anything that can protect you, and we
I
will
never said
promise that Israel. No, but that's what they will say.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Palestinians are smart enough to negotiate.
Israel will promise us to protect you. You are only allowed to have police. And by the way, the PLO, even with this humiliating agreements, they have no problem, and they still didn't get any fucking state.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying that we should be doing, though.
Yeah, but imagine that the PLO has already agreed for this, and they still didn't give them a state.
But I don't think Israel is going to give Palestinians a state. I think it has to be forced by the outside to do so.
From who, America?
America and other nations. Okay, it has to be. The world opinion has to shift, which it has, to, when Palestinians should have a state, or Palestinians must have a state. It's a guaranteed right. So world opinion has shifted to this. We need to take advantage of this.
The thing that has shifted is the public opinion, the normal human beings, the ones who are not in power,
but UK, France, Canada, Australia, recognize.
That's why you.
Why did she kick? Why did she kick me? Why did she kick me?
Okay, but recognizing a Palestinian state, these are G7 countries. The world has shifted. Geopolitically, the world has shifted. And we have to take advantage of this.
Yeah, they recognize you, but they will not give you anything.
We don't know.
It's just told.
We don't know. We don't know. We have to try. No, we don't know.
Is that beef?
Into your plan, which is attack Israel until Israel is destroyed, and without exhausting this path.
Yeah, let's
Happy 4th of July, beef. Are you prepared to?
Are you talking to yourself, man? What's going on?
Are you projecting onto me?
No, but I just heard you talk. There's no one else on the stage, and I hear all this audio. Are you talking to yourself?
No, I'm in a Free Palestine room with Emrose, the intellectual giant of Israel, and Edward and Justice and other Free Palestine resistance fighters. They are.
Why can't I see her?
Because that's in another room.
How are you in another room and also in this room? I'm fucking confused.
Because I have Anonymous in another room where they can't kick me out. See how that works, beef? Happy 4th of July!
Now, why do you have a Jewish face fucking surgically attached to your face? What's wrong with that?
You've never seen party glasses, for like a costume party?
That looks like a Jewish fellow. Are you denying this or no?
No, I think that's like the Groucho Marx costume. I don't think it's actually specifically Jewish.
Was Groucho Marx Jewish? Let's find out.
I'm not sure. The Marx Brothers?
Yeah, Groucho Marx was Jewish. Fucking, oh my god, you're cooked, brother. You're cooked, brother.
You're cooked. Well, how bad do you think Andrew's brain rot is? Because I think, this app is actually just like a brain rot observation platform. And the more you speak, the more you think, the more you listen to the people on this app, it's the greater the likelihood that your brain rot is real.
I agree. But I also think that you are like the Mad Hatter. Most people's mental illnesses don't manifest as like archetypical characters from classic children's literature.
Mm-hmm.
But you're very lucky that your particular brand of mental illness has turned you into this like archetypical like icon, So
I agree. I think my mental illness, I got lucky with my mental illness. Like, I got all the good aspects of it, and not so much very few bad aspects of my special mental illness.
Yeah, because like right now you are the Mad Hatter. You know, you do all the Mad Hatter stuff. Like you laugh too loud, and you're like You're always controlling. Do you yourself work with Mercury in your creation of hats?
I almost spit out my beer orange juice when you brought up Mercury, because it's interesting that you bring up Mercury, or in the flat earth community, they like to call it Mercury. All I'm trying to say is, if you think that a binational confederacy is going to take over Israel and Israel is going to collapse, you are 100% retarded. Let me take you back to the Free Palestine Resistance Movement.
Security Council, everybody agrees on it. We have to, that's what we have to demand first. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't resist, but if we do get a plan, we do have a pathway, then we should follow that path to a Palestinian state all the way up until and if the Israelis stop us, and then resist again. But at least we would be ahead, because now we have a pathway, we have guarantees, legal guarantees, and now we're able to resist legally, or I guess that doesn't really matter. But to the world, you know, our resistance is resisting what was already agreed on, and we would not be the ones breaking our word. It would be Israel, and Israel again would be weakened. Before the alternative, which is to resist until Israel falls, which may or may not happen. In my opinion, I don't think will happen, but it would, at the very least, that path would ensure millions of Palestinians will be killed. And there's about 5.5
millions. How many millions are there
in the territories? You know, how many? You know, and is it fair to send to not even give them the option of option A and go straight to option B, where and they're the ones putting their lives in danger? I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's not. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. You know, if I did something like this.
Edward Habibi, but remember that the people that will abide to the agreement are the same people that are still financing Israel with weapons to kill, you know?
Yeah, I know. I know. No, I know.
So they are still trustworthy from our side. Yeah, I know.
I know. No, I mean, you're right. And this is why we have to be smart about this. I'm not saying my path will work. I'm saying it's worth exploring. And at the very least, if it doesn't work, then we can point to the UN and Israel, Israel especially, they would be the ones that would break it and say, this is what they did, and we would have more than what we have now, which is just the PLO and PA. We would have a mandate for a Palestinian state, which is more than what we have now. And then if we need to resist, then we can resist.
Yeah. Can I chip in when I came in late, but it sounded like you were solutioning more?
I can't hear you. You're very low.
You're very tall, brother.
No, it's worse now.
Is it worse?
It's better now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I just walked in when you guys were discussing solutioning. How do you actually get a state and do scoping it to territory versus entire state, etc. And then I heard you say about political pathways and the United Nations and
demanding a pathway to a state.
Right. I'm wondering if the United Nations and all the structures and legal entities that we see worldwide, they either
I'm not going to say they are performative, but they don't have any real power other than either narratives or showing what the global community wants, etc., either via vetoes or by other subliminal methods. It's the incumbent powers like the West that continue to get what they want. I'm wondering if there is a way we can make a free Palestine lucrative to all sides involved, including the likes of America and stuff. Otherwise,
yeah, there is actually.
Okay, that would be
I
interesting.
wouldn't like it. That would be actually a plan B, and failed would be a plan C. That's interesting you said that.
What's the plan B? What would happen?
Well, okay, so let's mine is plan A, and your plan B would be to fight Israel until there's no more Israel.
That is the only one who will leave to free yourself against us.
Okay, no, it's fine. No, I'm not asking you to defend the position. I'm just laying out what the positions are for him because he just joined. And he said, what if there's a way to make it more lucrative for Israel to allow Palestinians to have their own state? And there actually is. It's something I really don't like, but to be fair, let's put it on the table. I would call that Plan B, and I'll say what it is, and then you, Ilhal, yours would be Plan C. The lucrative would be giving up the natural gas and the rights of the and giving that all to Israel. That would make them tens to hundreds of billions of dollars a year right there, and that would be giving up,
Yeah. But the thing is, don't worry, that's included in your plan A.
That is not.
It is?
No, it's not. No, I told you what was included in my plan.
Habibi, the world and Israel will not give you your plans unless you do plan B.
No, we can't say that, but you can't say it's included when I did not include it. You have to be fair to what I'm saying. Like, I've been very fair to your position. I've been very fair. I have not misrepresented it at all. Okay, I've been very fair. But we have to, keep our positions very clear, so that everyone knows what our positions are.
Edward Habibi, I'm sorry if you understood that I say that you have stated, but what I said is to get to your plan, the world will make you do also plan B. I didn't say that you have stated, and if you look at our conversation, what did I tell you? The first rule would be from the world is give up your guns, give up your arms. We will make Israel promises that they will protect you and they will not touch you.
Plan A and Plan B are totally different because my plan would be a Palestinian state and Gaza, the Gaza port, the rail system linking Jordan to Egypt through the West Bank and Gaza. That's all on Palestinian territory.
Yeah, I know.
That would not be. But
that's what you want.
No.
That's what you want. But that's not what will the world.
No, the world would actually.
Edward, like, what? Now, when you say this, like, what do you think the Palestinians on the ground should do from there?
From their end?
Yes.
They have to. It's not happening. The PA and the PLO are so corrupt, and they should have been doing this for decades. Actually, they need to be unified under one voice, and they should have already put forward exactly a pathway to a Palestinian state, what they're willing to do, the infrastructure that they want to build,
They should have already been talking to all the world powers about this for decades, and especially in the last year or two. But that's the first step.
Do you agree that they can't make a move without Israel's permission? Can we agree on?
I would say permission is too strong. I would say cannot make a move without Israel's resistance.
So you think that Israel's permission is too strong to use against?
Yeah, because if you lay out a reasonable plan and you articulate it well to a Western audience, in multiple nations. I'm talking about multiple nations, not just the U.S.
I have a question on this.
Let me just answer this one real quick. Very quickly. Yeah, very quickly. If you lay out a plan and it's reasonable justice, then at least people would pay attention and see Palestinians as reasonable actors. Now we're just victims. Why haven't we transitioned from victimhood to reasonable actors yet? It's not Israel's fault. Let's be honest.
It's not Israel's fault?
No, it's not. We can. I found out a few weeks ago that the PLO.
If it's not Israel's fault, whose fault is it?
Palestinians. So here's what I found out a few weeks ago.
So the
The
PLO?
PLO.
The Palestinians?
Let him finish.
No, we're not talking about starving. We're talking about political. Telling our story. What I found out a few weeks ago is that the PLO has consulates in most Western countries, if not all. So diplomatic relations, and they have not reached out or sought the resources of any Palestinians in the diaspora and organized them in order to speak to the respective parliaments, to speak out politically, to have one sound, one voice, one organized movement. Nothing, and we had these consulates or consulate, whatever they're called, in all these countries. What were they there for? Absolutely nothing.
And why do you think that is? Why didn't they reach out and voice what we want?
Well, I didn't even know they existed. Honestly, I didn't even know. I don't know. Why didn't? Because of corruption and laziness. Why should they have to do any work? The consulates here in the U.S. Why should they have to do anything?
Not only that, Edward. To be honest, first thing you need to look at when Fatah returned after the Oslo Agreement. What were the conditions that they signed on? What the actions that this quote unquote government is allowed to do, and what they are not allowed to do. For example, Israel has the permission to go inside of the Palestinian lands, shoot, kill anyone whenever they want, but the Palestinian government can't defend themselves. They should help and aid Israelis. The Palestinian consulate can't even renew your passport, your Palestinian passport. You can't get your birth certificate. You can't do literally anything. Why? Because to do that, you have to go to Palestine and ask the permission of the Israelis. They are literally useless, and the PLO right now, Habibi, literally, for the last 20 years, has been working for the sake of Israel. Instead of them sending Israelis to die, they would send the PLO pigs to die. Just like what happened in Jenin.
But in Italy, in Italy, do you have a consulate or embassy?
Yeah. No.
Okay. And shouldn't this embassy or consulate have been figuring out, okay, who are the Palestinians in Italy?
I will tell you. I will answer you on Italy specifically. Okay. So the consulate in Italy, they do events, to be honest, but it's events without without any cultural thing, real cultural thing,
without asking
any
for
real
anything.
story, or any real story, because if they do that, they would be going against Israel, Habibi. That's their problem. They can't do anything. Why? Because they have abided themselves. They have signed agreements they can't get out of.
I don't know if they signed agreements in terms of they're not allowed to, interact with their own Palestinian communities, organize them.
They interact. They do some duck, some hummus and falafel type of things.
Yeah, the cultural things, yeah. And I'm talking about going, like here in America, going to Washington, D.C., talking to congressmen,
They are not allowed to do that.
No, there's nothing that I have read that said they are not allowed to do this.
Not everything is on paper, Habibi.
Well, then that's an assumption. I think you're blaming Israel. You're not blaming the PLO, who you know already to be corrupt.
Habibi, Edward, I have literally said that for me, PLO are fakes that works for Israel. For me, I don't think of them as Palestinians. I think of them as Israelis.
Yeah,
Let me put it on a plain surface. For me, every single creature who works for the PLO, for me, he's not even a Palestinian. He's a fucking Israeli.
Yeah, I wouldn't say every person because, they have doctors and...
I don't care. Even their doctors. Even their
it's the government, too. So, but I see your point. I understand your point. I agree. I agree with you in principle. We did have the opportunity to make the world, especially the Western world, aware of what we want and to push the narrative.
Edward, do you know why Israel wanted to do the Madrid thing, and after that, what happened is the Oslo Agreement? Do you know what forced Israel to do that?
Yeah, I have my own. I have my own analysis on why they did it. I don't know if it's going to be the same as yours.
Okay, my thing, which is what I saw from the old generation from Italy, is because what happened in the first Intifada was so on the media and so in the public mind in all of the world that Israel was forced to sit down on the table and do to start being diplomatic. They thought because they were the very first creatures to be on cameras and on journalism, known about breaking the bones of the palm of the people of the first age and
Break the Bones campaign.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they were so famous from this thing that everybody in the world was against Israel, just like now.
Not like now. Come on. I'm not even close to being that. But I
just like now. Just like now. The only difference is before it was not live on stream that you're seeing it, and now it's live. That's the only difference. But what happened after that? Did Israel abided to the agreement that they had done?
No. Let me tell you my reasoning for Oslo, real quick. Let me just tell you my reasoning. Yeah, real quick. Here's my reasoning. Yeah, so my reasoning is that Israel at the time, and this is...
and conventional connection between the ancient Israelite and the territory. And I'm asking you again,
Is Israel the land? Is it a land or is it the people?
The land is called the land of Israel, and the people are called the children
We're
of
talking
Israel.
about the land. We're talking about the land. And where
Yes,
does it
the
say
land-
in my book where it's the land of Israel? Where does it say that?
It's called the Holy Land.
It doesn't say. Where's the name?
Called
Give
the
me the
Holy
name.
Land.
No,
the Holy Land.
according to my hold on. The Holy Land is Jerusalem, right? That Holy Land, yes, it's a Holy Land for the Muslims. My question is very simple. According to my
Masjid
scripture,
al-Aqsa, is it Jew? Does it belong to the Bnei Israel or to the Muslims?
oh my God, again. My question is very simple, Chief Daniel.
Don't be a
Daniel,
kafir. It's not
Daniel, you don't even
Yeah.
believe in God, and you're using scripture now. See, this is where
But
you
you do. But you do. You do. I don't believe in God. You do. I'm part of the tribe.
You're not part of the tribe if you don't believe in God.
Why not?
This is why.
Who
This
says
is
so?
why God. This is why you broke the covenant with God multiple times. You disrespected God.
No, we did
You
not.
did blasphemy.
No, listen.
You killed multiple
You are
prophets.
Muslim. Listen, you're Muslim. You go according to Muslim belief. I'm Jewish. I go according to our rituals and ceremonies or whatever. Our religion is different than yours, okay? It's not really a religion for us. For us, it's more like a guide, okay? Torah means guide. It doesn't mean religion. It means a guide, okay? It means instructions, okay? It's instructions for life. And part of the instructions you kind of stole from us. You know, we are the basic of all religions that were created after us, including Jesus, including Prophet Muhammad. And at the end of the day, God, divinity, designated this land not to you. And what you're doing, you are basically betraying God's word.
Oh my God. Okay.
And I don't understand why.
So look, according to to make it make sense, right? So God gave you this land. You just because hold on. Gave this land to your tribe that has killed multiple prophets, spread corruption.
Which
broke
prophets
the
did you
covenant.
say?
Prophet Jesus, I gave you name. Prophet Jesus.
But we didn't kill Jesus. But we agreed that we didn't kill
According to
Jesus.
the Bible, you did. According to the Bible, you did.
But we don't have it. Well, listen, not only the Bible doesn't say so, the
Bible says it.
Our Bible?
No, the Bible of the
doesn't even
Christians.
mention it.
Christians.
I don't know. Listen, this is their story.
Your
story.
Hold on. You disrespect Virgin Mary as well in Talmud.
I don't know who she is.
And
She's
you
not
disrespect.
part
There
of
we
our
go.
story.
Yeah,
But she's not.
Mother Mary.
Listen, but sweetie, even Muhammad is. We don't acknowledge Muhammad. You don't understand.
I know.
And you know that Christians don't also acknowledge Muhammad because Islam came third.
I know.
So for us, Jesus is not a prophet. All false prophets for us. So our
false prophet, and you killed him.
We didn't kill him. Who killed him?
Yeah, you did. It's in the mention in the Bible.
You want to bet that we didn't kill him?
Oh my God! Your people killed Prophet Jesus, peace and blessing upon, according to the Bible.
But we didn't. It's the Romans who did it, and you know it. And
Who brought Jesus to the Romans?
Listen, I don't know the Bible because I'm not Christian. I know the Torah. Can you tell me where in the Bible it says that we killed him?
You brought Jesus to the Romans, and then you were being asked, should we kill him? And your people said yes.
Can you show me? Listen, it's not part of my story.
I want you to Google it about the Christian Bible and the ruling from the church fathers.
Okay, I want you to Google according to the Quran, who does this land belong to?
According to the Quran, it doesn't belong to you because let's go with your narrative. Let's go with your narrative. Let's go. I'll grant you that according to my book, it belongs to you. But can you please make it make sense to me? How would God, give you a piece of land after breaking the covenant with God multiple times, killing multiple prophets, and spreading corruption? So God will all of a sudden will bless you with a piece of land.
First of all, he did. And if you don't agree with him, you can talk to him.
And to an atheist like yourself.
Yes, he gave it to the
Doesn't
tribe.
believe in God. Doesn't believe in God.
None of your business.
That's blasphemy as fuck. Oh my God.
We don't have this.
What's up, Scott? What's up, everybody?
We don't have this concept. You have this concept. We don't. We are not Muslims.
Oh,
We're Jews.
in your scripture, it says yes, you have. You have killed multiple prophets. Your Torah has similar stuff as my book.
Which prophet? Which prophet did we kill?
He didn't kill prophet? Let's look it up. Let's look it up which prophet
Tell
you
me.
killed.
Tell me.
Okay, let me pull up a list, okay?
Okay.
I gave you Prophet Jesus, peace and mercy, according to the Bible. You killed Prophet Jesus.
But we didn't kill him.
I
know
told
that the Romans killed him.
Do you know how he was brought to in front of the Romans?
Show me. You said that we killed him. Basically, your entire claim is that we killed many prophets. The first prophet that you gave, Jesus, you agreed with me that we didn't kill him. Who is the next prophet that we didn't kill? And then you said corruption in the land. You know what corruption means?
Yes.
So what corruption is in the land?
Doing a whole bunch of things like usury. What do you think usury is?
Not corruption.
That's corruption.
It's according to in your eyes, not in ours.
Okay, hold on, Daniel. According to my side,
corruption, for example, for me, corruption is to take children hostages. Okay, that is a corrupted moral values. This is what the Palestinians are doing. Do you agree that it's corrupted to take a hostage, a baby, and kill him? It's immoral and inhumane. But at the end of the day, the land, according to the Quran, does not belong to the Palestinians. So I don't understand how a Muslim believer is advocating against the words of God.
Okay, John the Baptist, Yahya, right? That was killed by the Jews. Zachariah was killed by the Jews.
Listen, you're just giving me names that are not part of my history. I don't know.
These are prophets.
Yeah, but they're not part of my. For us, they are all false prophets. We have our religion. Let's say tomorrow there is a new religion. Will you follow it? Or you will say it's a false prophet? You will say it's a false prophet.
That is wa alaikum assalam. So Palestine, atheist Zionist Jew comes out and wants to use a religious scripture that he has no knowledge of to justify this piece of land belongs to an atheist Jew.
No, this is not that, bro. He is making a stupid argument that I'm dismantling right now. You're saying that hold on, wait a second. I heard
what Amir said is not my point of view, okay?
I heard what you said right just now.
Let me repeat for the room, right? Because we have new people. Hey, what's up, Cindy? We have new people in the room.
You're repeating my words incorrectly.
No, you go repeat. Okay, go repeat, Daniel, and then Palestine's going to respond.
Okay, I was asking Amir, as Amir is a Muslim man that is a believer in Islam, I asked him if according to the Quran, this land belonged to Bnei Israel, and the Palestinians are not Bnei Israel, why is he advocating against the word of God?
That's incorrect, simply because it does say that in the Quran what you said, but it also said that they lost a covenant.
What do you mean? Who said it? Can you give me the information? I don't know, what does it mean?
In the Quran, Allah says that, because you're talking about the Quran, so I'm a Muslim too. So in the Quran, it says, Allah says that the Jews lost...
Repeat, I'm sorry, I lost you for a minute. Hold on, repeat, I lost you for a minute. Can you repeat?
I said, in the Quran, Allah said that the Jews lost the covenant. That's why they don't deserve this land anymore.
Broke the covenant multiple times. Multiple times.
Where does it say that we don't belong this land anymore? Can you show me?
Hold on. Allah says that Jews lost the covenant to this land because they were not pious. And it states in there, Allah states in there, that the land belongs to the pious, not to a certain ethnicity as you make it out to.
No, so hold on. So what is this thing about Bnei Israel and this land belongs to Bnei Israel, inheritance?
I just told you that, yes, it does say that, but also it goes on to say that the Jews lost the covenant for this land. Even if it was for them, it was for them because they were pious.
Yes.
But then they were not pious anymore. That's why they lost.
What is pious? What is pious?
God-fearing, and worshiping God alone without being.
Can you show me Can you show me the verse that contradicts God's direct instruction that this land
You
belongs
have to
to
read the verse
Israel?
before, Daniel. You have to read the verse before and verse after.
Give it to me.
Get that.
Give it to me.
I'm
not a Muslim
You
man.
made the claim.
You have.
Hold
Hold
It doesn't matter. Listen,
hold on.
it doesn't matter that I'm an atheist. I'm questioning your belief system, not mine.
Hold on, Daniel. You brought up a good point. You're not a Muslim man. Why are you arguing with the Quran? Why are you using the Quran?
Did you listen to me? This is what I said. What I said at the beginning.
Yeah,
listen to me.
I said.
So listen to me again. Listen.
No, I heard what you said. I heard what
why
you said.
Amir, which is a Muslim man, which believes in the words of Allah in the Quran, why is he defying God's specific words?
But you don't believe in that God that we believe in. So what's the use?
You can do, but you do.
I am free. I am free to literally enter. Like hold on. I'm free to use my religious scripture. You used yours. Why can't I use mine? I'm very confused.
I want you to use yours, and I'm trying to understand if you're kafirs or if you're believers. And if you're a believer,
do not use my own words against me. That is not.
It's not your own words. With all due respect, kafir is also in Hebrew. Okay. Don't think that your language came before mine, okay? Kind of settle down. Settle down. I'm not using anything. I'm trying to understand how a Muslim man that is a believer in the words of Allah and in the Quran, which I am not a Muslim man. You are, and Amir is, and I'm trying to understand the logic of the Quran says specifically that this land is designated in inheritance to Bnei Israel, to the tribe of Israel. And I want to understand how come you're advocating that this land belongs to Arab Palestinians Muslims. Define the words of God.
I did tell you before that the covenant was lost. You don't seem to comprehend that. Surprising.
So show me. So you are deciding that because of that, the words of Allah does not matter anymore?
No, you
so
didn't read all the words of Allah as you claim. You didn't read all of them.
This is why I'm asking you. So tell me, show me. Show me where it says.
Hold on, no. Before I show you anything, how am I defining something that you claim not to read as a whole thing?
I can read.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I do know. And you keep on. So address my point. The same way that I know, and I looked it up before I spoke about it, and I can read you exactly what Google answered me. And Google said that the Quran specifically says that God designated this land, the Holy Land, to Bnei Israel. And you're saying something else, and I want to learn from you. So show me where God said, never mind, I'm changing my... So God did not change his mind?
I said,
did God change his mind?
It was designated to Bani Israel, but then it wasn't because they were not pious anymore. You did not hear the first part of what I said.
I heard it, and I asked you... I heard it, and I didn't ignore it. I literally asked you, show me the verse that Allah said, never mind about what I told you about the land. There's a new law, and it says that it does not belong to the Bnei Israel. Can you show me this? What you talking about?
In various verses, I will use the same thing that you use, Google.
I didn't find it in Google. Okay, what to search? Tell me what to search. I will search for it.
I said I'm gonna use Google to tell you the various.
Okay, go ahead. All right, show me.
Well,
I have no problem.
Like why not search the verses because I don't remember them in my head right now.
Like, I'm trying to understand how you make sense of it. That's it.
The thing is, Daniel.
I want to learn. Don't attack me.
I understand.
If you're so sure, I actually expected that you would have a better answer than like attacking me. That I believe, not believe. It's your religion. You are a believer. You're a Muslim man. And I'm trying to, I'm kind of showing you what God said in your Quran. And you said, but, God said it, but but yes, this. So I, Amir, decide that God's word is not that important, and then you gave a few lies. You killed multiple prophets, corruption in the land, yada yada yada. You couldn't like substantiate any of it, and that is enough for you to defy God's word.
Mention the book. So
No, you talk about Jesus, which was killed by the Romans, and the Romans are not living in the land.
Zechariah, the prophet Zechariah, was killed by the Jews.
And
whether you claim to be a prophet or not,
the ones who killed him. Why are you talking about Jew? It's the King Yoash who killed him. What did he kill by the Jew? He was a Jew. You know it, right?
No, they were all Jews.
Most of our people.
They were not Muslim, they were all Jews.
I'm trying to understand from them how they are, as Muslim believers, explain that they defy the word of God that is in the Quran, saying that the land of Israel is designated to the inheritance to the tribe of Israel. And they are kind of attacking me personally, but they are not giving me anything.
Nobody's attacking you personally. I said you're an atheist. You don't believe in God.
Again,
what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter.
Talking about God,
It doesn't matter. I'm not the topic.
Consider that as an attack. If you're an atheist, you should
I'm a Jew. I'm not a Muslim. Even if I was the most
atheist Jew, atheist.
Even if you go to a Haredi Jew, which is the most believer in Jews, he does not recognize Jesus. He does not recognize
They're anti-Zionists. They're anti-Zionists.
No, they're not. You're talking about. Don't laugh. Don't laugh because you're stupid. Okay. You're talking about Amir. I don't want to humiliate you. Okay. So don't humiliate yourself. You are talking about the Turei Karta, which are about 400 families out of 16 million people.
A lot of Haredim are not anti-Zionists. They don't serve an idea.
They do not recognize Muhammad. They do not recognize Muhammad, and they don't recognize the Quran, and they don't recognize the Christian Bible.
Daniel, can you please, can you
switch the topic?
No, I'm not switching the topic. I'm not moving the topic.
Quran.
I'm asking you.
Quran and Islam.
I'm asking you.
Quran and Islam.
Hold on,
No problem. But
Daniel, I'm staying on the topic. Hold on a second, Daniel.
Stay on Amir. On Islam. On Islam and Quran. Islam and Quran.
So according to the Haredi, they don't want to serve the idea because they don't want to protect. They don't want to protect the nation, the fake nation. It doesn't align with the scripture. You see what I'm saying?
We are talking about
Daniel.
You just lied to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you promised.
No, I'm sorry. Listen,
why don't they serve an idea? Why don't they serve an idea?
If I'm humiliating you, tell me and I will stop. And if you don't have an answer, I will also stop.
Why don't they serve an idea? Go on, tell me.
Write it down. We are talking about Islam and Quran.
I know, but I need to know. Why don't they serve an idea? The Haredi.
We'll talk about.
Why don't they serve an idea? The Haredi. It doesn't matter. Can you please answer the question?
No, we're talking about Islam and Quran. Don't change the topic because you don't have an answer.
I'm not changing the topic.
You don't have an answer.
Palestine is looking for a source.
If you don't have an answer, so mute up and let others answer. You don't know. Don't humiliate yourself. It's embarrassing.
Palestine is looking. I'm asking you. Why don't the Haredim serve an idea?
I'm waiting for a Muslim man to respond to me about Islam. I don't know what to talk about. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I found you the verse.
This guy. Go on.
The land will be inherited by the believers. Are you a believer of the book? Hold on. Before you ask anything, are you a believer? Hold on. Are you a believer in the book that you are using as an argument or not?
Palestine. Listen to my question again.
Are you or not? Are you a believer of the Quran? You are not a believer of the Quran. So that doesn't apply to you.
What, the Quran? The fucking Quran. With all due respect, we are Jews.
Stop saying the F word with the Quran. Don't do that. Okay? I don't disrespect your scripture.
Get it through Oh my God, can you guys shut up for a second?
Listen, guys, because that's bullshit. I said the Quran, you don't believe in it. You don't believe in the Quran, why are you using it?
Oh my God.
Why are you using a book that you're not believing of?
So you don't have an answer. Is there any Muslim? Is there any Muslim? Is there any Muslim believer here that is a true believer? Not like the conference that we have on stage right now. I'm looking. I'm sorry. Let me. Stop talking for a second. Stop talking for a second.
Oh my God. The verse is 54. Go check it out.
It's like a zoo. It's like a zoo. It's like a zoo. Okay, let me repeat my question again. I'm looking for a Muslim.
The chapter is 24, and the verse is 54. Go read it. Read it.
Put it in the chat.
Chapter is 24, and verse is 54. Go read it. I don't want that to hear any word until you read it.
Chapter 54?
No, chapter 24, verse 54. Go read it.
Why a disgusting faggot should be Quran?
אמא שלך, סוף את הפרס שלך יחזור אליך חפש למצוץ אותך, יא בן זונה.
Disgusting.
English.
לך
Let's speak English. No travel language.
I will say whatever I want because I need to speak to Soren in a way that he will understand.
I mean, you're a fag, aren't you? I mean, what are you not proud of?
Your father is a fag. Soren, your father was just here while he was sucking my dick. He was saying, I told your father, Soren, that it's not nice to speak with a full mouth. And then I pulled my dick out of his mouth, and then he said, I'm Soren's father. And then I stuck my dick back to his mouth.
I can't go down from the religion now. Okay, this is getting messy. This is getting dirty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is just
to your room. I have to chapter 24, verse 54. Read it.
Chapter 24, verse 54.
54.
What to say? Soren, your father says hi.
I want to follow as well. Anyways, I think
Say, obey Allah and obey the messenger. But if you turn away, then upon him only the duty with which he has been charged, and upon you is that with which you have been charged. It's about Muslims. It has nothing to do with Jews.
Daniel,
it's all about Jews.
What is the definition of Muslim, Daniel? Hold on, Gabe. What is the definition of Muslim, Daniel?
It's not a Jew. This is why the God, Allah, specifically designated the land to the tribe of Israel, to the Jew. Even you guys recognize that they are Jews and they are Christians, and not everybody is Muslim.
Read the verse that's after that. Read it. What does it say?
But it's talking about Muslims. Okay, say, obey Allah and obey the messenger, but if you turn away, then upon him is the duty with which he has been charged, and upon you is that with which you have been charged. And if you obey him, you will be rightly guided, and there is not upon the messenger except the responsibility for clear notification. Okay.
Okay, the verse after it, read it.
You said 24, dude.
Yeah, the verse after that, 55, read it.
Okay, hold on, I need to look to 55. So far you got nothing because it's for Muslims and I'm not a Muslim.
So what is this? Again, what is a Muslim? What is the definition of Muslim?
I just want to understand how you rationalize your being a kafir to the word of God. Allah has promised those.
Read it.
Allah has promised those of you who believe and do good that he will certainly make them successors in the land as he did with those before them. Who are those before them? What does it mean?
Who are
Who are those
you
before
tell
them?
me, who came before the Muslims?
The Christians
Who
are not
inherited the
successors in the
land
land.
before the Muslims? Who?
No one. We are the only one.
The Jews.
We were the only ones that were sovereign.
Yeah, okay, so that was before the Muslims. I told you, who is before Muslims?
What the thing is, Palestine, I want to get to one.
But it didn't make you successful.
Daniel, can you please tell us the definition of what a Muslim is?
According to you?
No, according to the dictionary. Go to dictionary.
Muslim is someone that is believing in Islam.
Submit to.
And practices Islam.
Submit to God.
No, it's not to God because again,
people like
Allah. Allah. Not Jews are. Yeah, but Jews are not Muslims, and Christians are not Muslims. Muslims are Muslims.
Submit to God. Submit to God.
Muslims.
You never understand this part.
Am I Muslim?
You broke the covenant. Are you atheist?
No,
blasphemy.
Okay, are the Haredim Muslims?
You deny God.
Are the Haredim Muslims?
Could be, because they submit to God.
So what is the people of the book? You're full of contradiction. You're just a kafir. And I don't understand how a Muslim believer can be a kafir every day, defying the word of God. Actively, you are actively defying the word of God in public, and I think it's a shame.
You're an atheist. You don't even believe in scripture, and you're coming up here using the scripture to justify the piece of
I'm an atheist, but you are even worse. You are kafir. You are presenting yourself as a Muslim man, and people see you as a Muslim man and hear what you say, and you are doing blasphemy. You're doing blasphemy.
This believer is telling me this. Oh my God!
And you're doing the other. That is crazy in my eyes.
This believer is telling me this. Somebody that doesn't even believe in God. Oh my God!
Your father. What does it mean? So your father says it. Hold on. Maybe my balls are too deep in his mouth.
That he should just stop. Let's keep it clean. Hey, what's up, Craig? What's up? We have Adi here as well.
I'm keeping it clean, but I'm here. But Sovereign, this is the language that he knows.
Well,
the language
you are
of
fat, aren't you? I'm just establishing.
And your father is. Listen, your father.
You suck other people.
Okay, because of this, I now shoved it. I now shoved it even deeper into his throat. Now your father. Now I have to put another inch in your father's throat. Another inch. Every time you call me a fag, I put another inch of my dick into your father's face.
Oh my God, that's fair.
Oh, now your mother is jealous.
Hold on. Sorry, let's give it, man. I'm trying to keep it clean.
Lick my balls.
Hold on. Oh my God, stop.
Okay, so mute up Slogan, not me.
Okay, I muted everybody. Mute everybody. Okay, all right. So this is how much the leader that you guys assassinated with America, Daniel. Do you know how much he's respected?
What?
The leader of Iran that you have assassinated, you in America, American regime.
So respected that the leaders of the Taliban came, and Hamas and Hezbollah and all the terrorists joined them.
More than 10 million people showed up. More than 10 million people showed up at the thing.
They wanted to come to verify that
You
he's
don't even have 10 million people in your land.
They wanted to make sure that he's dead. They wanted to make sure that he's dead.
pilots who did it. Don't take the credits. It's not American.
How many people showed up for the victims of 7th October?
The 7th of October didn't have one funeral, and we buried them.
Okay, be my family. How many people showed up?
In our religion, we respect the dead, so we bury them immediately. We don't hold them in the refrigerator for 6 months like you guys. We have respect to the dead.
We have respect to the dead. According to your halakha.
What did you bury?
Do you know desecrating a gravesite? Your people are into desecrating the gravesites in Jerusalem, which you have done it multiple times. A Muslim gravesite that you have done it. You built a museum on top of it.
Where was the witch?
Yeah. You like to desecrate the gravesite. You like to, destroy mosques, church, and destroy the Jesus Christ statue. You've done a whole bunch of atrocities, against the holy sites because it's always about Hamas and Hezbollah.
Yeah, but listen, if you want to talk about atrocities as a Muslim man, I wouldn't start, sweetie. If you will look at the terrorist acts that are being committed, they are all done by Muslims. All of them are.
You need to be different. First terrorist attack.
I'm giving you a heads up. I'm giving you a heads up before I'm attacking Slogan. I'm giving you a heads up.
Hang on, sorry, please. Please.
Please. Oh my God. My balls are in your mother's mouth right now, and she's.
Okay. Sorry. Please calm down, man. The room goes sideways as soon as you start cursing. Let's leave it. The problem we have is holy people, right? People that live on that land. It's supposed to be a holy land. What have you done? This 95% of land in Gaza
is infertile due to you bombing shit out of Gaza, flashing Gaza. Right? Destroyed over 1 million olive trees since 2022 up till now. Right? So can you please tell us?
Count the olive trees?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay.
I was there. I took photos and pictures, and I went over the testimony.
When were you in Israel? You will never.
There's an organization that reported on this.
They will never let you. They will never let you in, dude. You know this. You will never hear, right? Don't lie. I mean, why do you lie? As a Muslim man, is it allowed to lie? It's taqiyya. It is allowed to lie.
I said I saw it on the pictures, videos. I was there. I saw it on the pictures, videos. And guess what? I have the organization did the work for me. The organization said we have destroyed over 1 million olive trees since 2022 up till now in Gaza. You know how hard it is to grow olive tree? It takes a lot of time. 50 years, 40 years, 60 years. I can't believe it. And not to mention,
also anthropology trees, right?
do you know, Adi, that in the West Bank, you have trucks going in there, stealing olive trees from the roots of it and taking it inside Israel.
Sure, but it's not, it's not one-sided. The other side also uncroop olive trees of the Jews.
The Palestinians don't go inside Israel, right, to get your olive trees. But your people come over to the other side, steal olive trees, steal diapers, whole bunch of shit.
Amir, do you know that what the Palestinians used to do was to take kites or condoms and they would fly them with fire and they would set fires to many, many trees. You want me to show it to you? You want me to show it to you? So I will shut you up, and you know how I will shut you up. Shut up, so and I'm not talking to you.
Put the link in the chat.
I will not put a link. I will show you a photo.
I was there in the March of Return in 2018. I was there as a
put the link in the chat.
Reserve. I was there
Put
in
the
reserve.
link in the chat. And can you please tell us why were you putting bombs in can of food?
They burned so much they burned. This all you do is destruction.
Why did you put the bomb in can of food and toys? Did you know that the IDF did this? The first terrorist attack in the Middle East that was done by the Zionist Jewish militia in Palestine. The first terrorist attack. That's the crazy part.
Reason why you are defying God's word in public. Okay, it's between you and God. It's between you and God. But I think you need to to go to your imam and talk to him about it.
I think you need to follow a religion. You need to believe in God. Right? Instead of being a godless.
They can't just go with this. It's not a lot of Judaism. What are you doing to it?
Yeah,
that's what it says. So, listen, your father likes the prostate. Every time that I touch his prostate, he's going with agony. And then your mother is jealous. So tell your father, enough, I cannot do this to your mother. She's too much of a jealous. And so if this is all you have to say, really, I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing that the only thing, because I tell you what, when you get so ecstatic like you guys are.
Well, we're gonna keep it clean, thank you. I don't want to hear that shit.
If you want to control the conversation, control everybody. Yes, you don't need to mute me. I know how to behave. I'm not a fucking Soren. Okay, Soren is the one that all he thinks about is gay sex.
It's okay. Both sides. Hold on, both sides.
He's obsessed with gay sex. He's obsessed with everything sexual. I don't know why. I guess I know why.
I was not here. There's a real Israeli. Daniel?
What did you say?
Are you one of the baby killers from Israel?
I'm Muslim, dude. I'm not Muslim. I'm Jewish. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's why I said that you were a baby killer.
Daniel,
I'm not Muslim, dude. I'm not a Palestinian.
Yeah. Exactly. For that reason, you are a baby.
Judaism, man. What do you think? I'm Jewish. Just silence.
Amir, please control your dog, because I cannot do this for you. And if the way I do it, you don't like it. So if you don't do it, I will do it.
Hang on a second.
He's right. Don't mix yourself with Jewish people. You are
No, if you don't know how to control the dogs in your room, I will do it in the way that I know. And I'm not a mod, so I cannot mute him, but I can shut him up with my dick.
Oh, that's, oh my God. All right, we're gonna pivot. So, can you please tell us why were you putting bombs in a can of food and whatnot? Adi, this article is in Hebrew. Do you have an English one that you posted in the chat?
We are 2026 and you can translate very easily the same way.
That's actually Israeli media, not the bullshit you always bring. That's what we read in the daily images. But okay, I will try to search in English.
Like he's not aware that it's burning the land. And I tell you what, if you are the real owner of the land, you don't burn the land.
They are the
Palestinians are not. The Palestinians are not.
They've been there thousands of years.
They haven't been there thousands of years. They've been there maybe thousands, like tens of years.
You broke the covenant with God.
So tell me,
this is why you were kicked.
The Palestinians are called El Masri. Why are they there if they have been there? Like, why are they called El Masri if they've been there for thousands of years? Explain this to me. Explain to me, why are they called El Masri? Why do they call El Masri?
People, over the time, people have names like El Masri. It's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. People can name their child after whoever, it doesn't matter. Hold on a second.
Your story doesn't add, like, it. The entire narrative is completely bullshit. It's a complete lie. And even you, according to your Quran, you know the truth. And God,
I know the truth.
This is why you keep on losing, because Allah is the Zionist. Allah will not let you divide His words.
Don't say that. No, it's not. That's disgusting as fuck.
What do you mean? You can see. You can see the facts on the ground. Okay, how many Palestinians were killed in this genocide?
You tell us how many were killed according to you.
I don't know. You're saying 70,000, right? We lost like 1,000 soldiers. It seems that Allah is not on your side.
You only lost 1,000 soldiers? Do you think the Israeli government actually lies or tells the truth?
It's not about the government. Does
it include the suicide cases?
No.
Does it include the ones that are going through court for certain things that they have done?
No, we're talking about dead people. We're talking about casualties of war.
That's what I said. The dead people, where there's some cases and some things need to be clarified. Do you think they report each and every single individual name?
It's kind of hard to be honest, it's kind of hard in a small country where pretty much everybody knows everyone else to hide dead bodies. Like,
of course they know. We know. I'm talking that we know.
Do they do this? They don't ask the family that we don't have to report it. I mean, you don't need to report it.
The way that it's done, they first let the family know.
Until identification is made.
They will tell us like a soldier died, but they will not say the name until the family knows. Once the family knows, they will tell us the name, and the next day we will see a broadcast from the funeral.
So the Israeli government never lies. Okay. That's a crazy. I've seen a whole bunch of videos. Hezbollah and Hamas. They're throwing they're using FPV drones, and each drone ends up killing an ideal soldier. They have shot a whole bunch of FPV drones on a fiber optic cable.
People. For us, just so you know, for us, 1,000 is a big number. Yes, don't be confused. For us,
10 million population, that's a huge number.
Yeah, but who told you every FPV drone is killing the soldier? Sometimes it's just injuring the soldier, and the soldier go to the hospital. We have hospitals. We don't have
equivalent ratio in the U.S. 1,000 divided by 10,000 times 340 million would be about 38,000 soldiers dying.
The recent one was the commander of battalions. It was recently.
No one cares about your input. Your input is invalid and not important. I'm talking about basically, Yaakov. My question is how Muslim men justify define the word of
Yeah,
God
but
that in the
Daniel,
Quran
you
said that
call
the
yourself
land
a
belongs
Jew.
to the tribe of Israel.
Daniel,
Soren, shut the
it's
fuck
not
up.
only allowed in Judaism.
Soren,
Theology
I'm
allowed
getting
in
erupted.
Judaism.
I'm getting erupted. I'm getting
Theology
erupted.
is not allowed in Judaism.
Shut your mouth again.
Okay, hang on, sorry. Let him land his plane, and then I'm gonna respond.
Okay, so Yaakov, I was just trying to understand, and this is why they got triggered so much that Soren really started to curse me and talk sex to me.
Hold on, sorry, hold on.
Shut up.
Go on, finish your point, I'm gonna respond to you.
So I was just updating Yaakov that I wanted to know how do they rationalize the fact that Allah said that the land should be inherited to the tribe of Israel, and why do they define it? Then Amir gave me all kind of an excuses that we killed many prophets and that we spread corruption in the land. Who did we kill? He said Jesus. I said we didn't kill Jesus. What corruption?
Jesus.
Anyway, so and I said, and even if we did this, does this mean that Jews are
Hold on. The killings of the prophets were done by individual. It's not a collective guilt. It was by a king or somebody. It was not like collectively the Jews killed these prophets. We have to remove what some individual does from the collective group. Just like the Catholic Church has said the Jews are not responsible for the death of Christ.
And if you when they did the hold on a second, Daniel, you spoke. Hold on, Daniel, you spoke. Hold on. Oh my God. Daniel, I let you speak. I'm gonna respond now.
No, I just wanted to say
I let you speak. No, I let you speak. I'm gonna respond now. Bro, it's not on you. It's not your fucking room. Okay. Yeah. So what he said, without even realizing, 1,400 years ago, it wasn't called Israel. Second of all, he got kicked out by the Romans in Jerusalem, which is recorded history from the Jewish side and the Muslim side, due to Caliphate conquering that land, Jerusalem, brought the Jews back into Jerusalem. Next thing, according to the scripture, broke the covenant with God multiple times, not once, multiple times. Spread corruption. All right, and they were scattered. Spreading corruption, killing prophets, multiple prophets, not just one. According to the Hadith corpus that we have, over 10,000 prophets were killed. And broke the covenant. So breaking the covenant, that breaks the promise with God. That means you're no longer from. If I grant him this particular position of him as an atheist, doesn't believe in God, yet using God's word. It doesn't work in our scripture, by the way. If you're an atheist, you're not part of the religion. That's against the religion. So respectfully, I would say it again. And according to the Torah, the gay people should be put to death. It's mentioned in the Torah. I can put the link in the chat for you. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that we can go back and forth. And then even the Torah talks about this, killing multiple prophets. I think from your side is you killed over 1 million prophets. From our side, you killed over 10,000 prophets. And the evidence is very clear. If you break the covenant with God, how can God give you that land? It just doesn't make sense. And in my scripture, God will never discriminate against any group of people. We have examples of Bani Israel. Bani Israel is near the tribe, it's not near the land. You're mixing the two. Your land was established by atheist, agnostic motherfuckers that didn't believe in religion. Yeah? Theodore Herzl, Jabotinsky, Chaim Weizmann, fucking all these psychopaths, Ben Gurion.
It was given to the tribe, and we are part of the tribe. So that's the truth. This is what I love.
The tribe is mentioned in the scripture, so you're not part of the fucking tribe. If you don't believe in scripture, how are you part of the tribe? That's the part I always have a problem with this.
But this is not your business. This is between
God's
us and
word.
God.
Tribe is God's word. It's not your word. Yet you deny the word of God. You deny the word of God.
Listen, but I'm part of the tribe since I was like 1 week old. I don't need to be a religious person to be part of the tribe.
Okay. You deny the word of God. Yeah. You deny the word of God.
Doesn't matter.
You don't believe in God. Since 1 year old.
I'm still part of the tribe, whether you like it or not. This is the way it is, and you know it. And you are the copper.
Daniel, this ethnicity part, it didn't come about a long time ago. It came about, 1800 years ago, something, in the 1800s.
What? No, that's not true. We were always part of the nation of Israel. We are one nation, one tribe called Israel. Am Israel, whatever you want to call it.
If you were one tribe, why were they all over the world? Why were the Jews all over the world? Some in Poland, Ukraine, Russia, in Arab countries.
Split up.
Yeah, we were like kicked out of the land, and we went.
So you're saying Chinese Jew was split up from this land?
Yeah, actually, if you compare, like if you take many different types of measurements, you will see that, for example, the Chinese Jews you refer to, as well as the Indian Jews, both of them, the Indian Jews came from Spain. The three cities in India that had large Jewish populations were people that came from Spain. The Chinese Jews were essentially Jews that went to Iran and then continued on into, some Jews from Iran went to the mountain. We have mountain Jews, which are to the north of Persia, and then that group broke off and went all the way to, I can't remember the name of the city. It's like it starts with a K in China. So those are just people that were originally from Persian Jews that just kept on traveling. So yeah, people go all over the place.
Oh, so that's how they became Chinese. The black rabbi said that they became white when they went to Russia. They were all black Jews. So it's like
I don't know. He's now calling himself the Black Messiah. So
no, I don't. But he's a rabbi, by the way, inside Israel. So anyways,
whatever.
The question for you, since you're religious, is it okay to occupy a land filled with people and kicking them out of the land, people that were living on that land, and establishing your state according to the Torah, according to Scripture?
And in your spare time, would you please share insights on that education?
Hiya, pal.
It's a beta. So, Jacob, can you please elaborate on that?
I don't think I'm qualified rabbinically to talk about that. Everything.
So is it okay to occupy land using political Zionism? I know you believe in religious Zionism, right, which is mentioned in your book, right, until the Mashiach gets there. But does your scripture say that you can believe in political Zionism?
I have to think about that, to be honest. I have to think about that, but I don't know where you came up with 1,000. Did you say we killed 1,000 prophets?
From our side, over 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, we only count Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel,
Zechariah,
Uriah, and that's it. Those are one.
Well, what about Zechariah?
4. Yeah, 4 or 5. I count 5. So.
What about Zechariah, John?
I just mentioned Zechariah.
Okay, and what about Jesus?
He's not considered a prophet. No, he didn't speak of the word of God.
Okay, that's your belief, right? We believe he's a prophet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and you killed him. Anyways, because you brought him.
Well, hold on. In the Muslim religion, it appears he was killed. He wasn't actually killed, right?
I'm not talking about Muslim religion. I'm talking about the Bible. According to the Bible, literally, the church fathers agree on this, by the way.
The Sanhedrin did not have the political authority to essentially condemn him to death. They could condemn him to blasphemy, but they could not condemn him to death. That was a Roman thing.
Actually, I guess it's so that actually the Romans killed him.
Yeah.
Hold on, Muhammad. Romans, they brought Jesus. Muhammad, hold on. They brought Jesus Christ to the Romans, and Romans asked them, what should we do with it? And you had some people from the Jewish side, they decided to take the, say this, yeah, we should kill him. So that's what ended up happening. That's why there's a lot of Christians, they still blame Jews for killing Jesus Christ. And there was even a survey on this, by the way, in America. I think it's 30% or 40% of Christians, they actually believe that the Jews have killed Jesus.
That's right. The head of the Catholic Church said that in Vatican II that the Jews were not responsible collectively.
I know. He came up with the ruling in 1960s. Before that, they were literally saying this at the churches.
Yes, we know. Historically, that's been one of the main drivers of anti-Semitism.
Yeah. And this is why Crusade and Roman, and it just said there was an animosity between the Jews and they were protected under the Muslim Ottoman Empire and Muslim Caliphate.
The other question for you. So you don't know anything about political. Let's see if Adi knows about. Adi, do you know that you're supposed to come in and occupy that land using political Zionism? I know you believe in religious Zionism. Do you understand the difference between a religious and political Zionism?
Does the Quran say you can use Clubhouse? I mean, does the Quran say you can use Clubhouse?
Yes, I can spread awareness.
About we don't need
It talks about
the Bible
I
to
can
say
spread awareness.
everything
It's
that is
allowed.
happening.
It's allowed.
Don't cut him off. Daniel,
For you, Daniel.
Yes.
be quiet.
So anyways, Adi, can you stop attacking her?
Go suck your mom. Go lick
so-
her dog clit.
Hold on. Adi, can you please tell us, according to your scripture, are you allowed to come in to the land that was already occupied with a certain group of people, come into that land and take over by kicking them out and stealing their land and not giving it back? Is that allowed? Because it did not happen with the will of God.
First of all, isn't it what Joshua did when he entered the land? But by the way, this is our land, so
It was commanded to.
Did you break the covenant with God multiple times?
just because you present it as the Palestinians are the owners of the land.
Did you break the covenant with God multiple times? How could God give you the land back?
Because when we're favorable in his eyes, we're allowed back in the land.
Right back, but this land of yours wasn't done using religious Zionism. Again, I ask you this question again, Yaakov. Since you're a religious Jew, you don't even know about this.
No, I do
Or
know
either
about
you're
this.
just okay. Then are you allowed to come into a land that's already occupied by the people that are native to that land? Come in, take over the land, steal it, kick them off the land, and establish a disgusting state for them.
My point of view is that if we were unfavorable in his
Hold on,
eyes,
Daniel, please allow Yaakov to answer.
if we were unfavorable in his eyes, current events would not be the way that they are.
What are the three oaths about? I mean, you read into three oaths. What are the three oaths about?
I'm not sure how that has anything to do with what God wants us to do.
I want everybody down in the audience and up here, look up what the three oaths are. Right? It's very problematic. You're being intellectually dishonest right now, Yaakov. You know this, where I'm going to go with this, right? Yeah, you are. He does that all the time, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a normal thing. It's a normal Zionism. That's what it is about. It's all, deceptive.
Guys, whenever you cannot answer a question, you attack people personally.
No, I'm not attacking personally. I'm deceptive.
And having a normal intellectual conversation.
We're just seeing
and
Yaakov
control your dog. Every time I open my mouth, your dog starts barking. Why the entire dogs are barking?
Just for you. Why do you come off the mic? It's not between you. It's me and Yaakov. We just seen Yaakov told me about 5 minutes ago. He's not aware. He's not well versed to come in, occupy the land, to kick the people out of the land that lived on that land, that are native to that land, and then by establishing your state. Is it using political Zionism? That's what happened. This is a story. Hold on, Adi, I'm not talking to Yaakov. So we all seen Yaakov then turned around. He said, "No, we were allowed back because God favored us. This and that." That's not true. It doesn't work like that. The state of Israel was literally established using political Zionism. It did not happen with the will of God, because the people were atheist agnostic and established your
This is
state.
the will of God. What do you think the God will take?
Your state. Hold on, Daniel, God will never tell you to kill people, do massacres, 1947-48, Jerry Yassin massacre, a whole bunch of other massacres, ethnically cleanse people. God will never tell you this. God gives you limited free will to do what the fuck you did. Hold on.
The land was not ethnically cleansed. We have 2 million Arab Muslims living with us.
Okay, can you please tell us how were they treated from 1948 to 1966? The 130,000 that were left inside Israel.
They were treated before by the Ottomans and by any other Arab countries around us. Go ask the Arab Muslims in Israel. In Israel or in Jordan or in Egypt or in Syria, in Lebanon. All of them.
I'm going to go down that path now.
Amir, why every time I speak, I need to speak with 3 other voices in my head? Like, why? Can you control your
Don't finish. Hold on, sorry.
Rabbit nuts.
Two rabbits.
But Amir, if he keeps cutting off, I can't hear.
Put a muzzle on them. Put a fucking muzzle on them.
You didn't get your rabies shot?
Let's please
Piece of
Okay,
fucking
hold on.
shit. No, don't please me.
No,
Look at that. You're really a chosen one. Look at you.
Can you control them, Emil? Can you control them, or you want to
Can you
shit
please
show?
mute up? Thank you. Yes, Jacob, what was your answer? And I'm going to respond to what Daniel said. Go on, Jacob. I muted everybody.
With a personal attacks on me, on Yaakov, on Adi, if you don't have an answer, just say I don't know.
I just asked him a question. He
I understand. I'm just speaking.
He did
And
a
again,
flip-flop
when I
move, which I actually hate, a flip-flop move.
and again, when I speak, you speak. And again, when I
Every
speak,
time he
people are
speaks,
speaking.
Amir, I'm gonna adjust.
For
Daniel,
fucking
you're having a back and forth, and he's a rabbit dog.
Okay, guys, are you okay? Can
I
you
can't
relax,
even
guys?
mute you. Okay, Daniel, I'm sorry to say I have to move you. I can't even mute you. I have to move you down. I can't have this type of conversation when I can't even mute the fucking stage. So, Jacob, can you please tell us what you were saying earlier? I had to move him down because he would not mute up.
The three oaths that you invoke, or you mentioned in Psalms, are not binding halacha. They're mentioned there, but they're not bound upon the Jewish nation. It's they're principles, but they're not like laws.
Okay, what is the Jewish nation?
B'nai Israel, the
So
tribe of
okay, Jewish nation is established with the will of God, correct?
No, I'm talking about the people, Am Yisrael, the Jewish nation, the group of people.
The group of people, the part of the tribe which comes from the word of God. You agree, right? To the scripture. Now, the next question for you is the land of Israel, which was established using political titles, not religious. But can you please justify it? How do you justify would God allow this land to be, occupied and ethnically cleansed so they can establish their own state? Would God allow that?
If you so completely disagree, you brought up, we broke the covenant with God. My point is hold on. My point is that if God was such an abomination in His eyes, the state of Israel would not exist. It would not have reached the outcome that it did. Okay. He's given us free will. Okay.
Daniel, I'll bring you back up, but I need to be able to mute you. I can't. If I can't mute you, then I have to move you down. I don't have a choice.
Why can't you mute him? You're the mod. He's
I
not.
I know, but there's a glitch on this app. I wasn't able to. With certain people, with certain people's phone or account, I can't mute them for some reason. I was able to mute him earlier, but I could not mute him. My question is very simple. What he said in 1948 up to 1966. Maybe you could tell us, Jacob. How were the Palestinians treated inside proper Israel?
They were citizens.
And they were not citizens until after 67. How were they treated? Can you please tell us? Can you walk us through the steps?
What do you mean? Wait, why? I mean, they weren't citizens.
Did they have the citizenship of Israel?
As far as I know, if someone wants to tell me otherwise, I'm all ears.
1948 up to
Arab Israelis, not people on the West Bank.
They were Palestinians. From 1948 up till 1966, why did they choose not to leave?
You'd have to interview every single one of them and understand.
So the reason why they didn't leave is because they were afraid they would not be allowed back. People that lived on that land, they were under heavy military rule from 1948 up to 1966. And not only that, they kicked them out of their own the original villages to different part of Israel. All right, and they were just like what's happening in checkpoints. There's a military law, by the military rule. They were under heavy military rule. And every aspect of their life was controlled by who? By Israel. What's happening in the West Bank, same concept. And they did this. And it was about 130,000 of them, or 140,000 of them.
Yeah, a little bit more than that. But
so,
they chose to stay. They could have left with the others. They chose to stay.
Yeah, they chose to stay because they were scared that they would not be allowed back. But even after that, according to historians,
I think you're making like a universal proclamation on such a large group of people.
what you just said is problematic, and can I give you an example
I,
why?
just 1 second, hang on a second.
Okay.
Just over the
I don't argue, I don't yell, I talk, so.
1812, yeah, 1812, they was very helpful. Some of the wars, they might not have been as helpful, but yeah, you know, they gave us a bunch of their territory.
Louisiana
They could
Purchase?
get,
Is that the Louisiana Purchase as well?
well, yeah, but the others too, like, so the whole middle of the country used to be the French territory. Like, the very first, after they found Newfoundland, or like the parts of, what is Acadiana now, in Canada, they had the whole middle of the country, basically, in the 17th century. And so Louisiana Purchase was last, but they had, like, so St. Louis was a part of their territory. That's why it's named St. Louis. So, yeah. The whole bunch. I can show you. Y'all can probably go on Google and find the map. It's an interesting map to see how the British only had a sliver, and the rest of it was France.
Yep. The old Midwest before it expanded. Yeah. France has been on their America pill today. They will be playing, you know,
a red, white, and blue team. That's also apropos.
Exactly.
Brotherly love, la fraternité.
Red, white, and blue will be represented today. I will be rooting for them today. It is my patriotic duty as an American, I guess, you know. And as someone who stands against les racistes, okay? Period.
Yeah, he gotta ignore them. I only came in here because I knew y'all was in here talking, or at some point I got a message from Lord because he knew I was happy about the game.
Yeah. But Jesse March was over there talking all that shit. And he the first one out. I'm just glad it's not America. Ooh, praise God. Because I'd have been embarrassed.
Great.
Now I don't have to hold that L.
Who France playing with tonight?
Paraguay.
Oh, okay, that will be easy.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a layup. But it's going to be a nastier game because of all that.
Population, they were not 20% of the population.
Okay, you know what? So the reason I don't think you should ever make that argument, okay? From one human to another. People can turn around and say, hey, look, guys, you were in Europe forever. You're Europeans, let's be honest.
No, let's not be honest.
Well, I know, not let's, it's not plural, it'll be singular. I'll be honest.
I'm Ashkenazi Jew, and my DNA says Levant. Says Levant. Levant.
I understand. I'm just gonna finish. You were being persecuted in Europe for so long. Like, those Christians, they did not want them there. And it wasn't, it wasn't polite bigotry and racism and anti-Semitism. Like, it was abject, in your face, and if not for making yourselves economically and sort of politically necessary, I think that they would have done it earlier anyway, but just don't make the argument that if someone stays, it's on them, because you should have left Europe when they threatened to do what they're, Hitler, I'm just saying, maybe the genocide wouldn't have taken place if you guys, paid attention to the anti-Semitism, to the threats.
There was no place to go. No, there was...
No. Palestine, for 1,400 years, the doors were open. The doors were open. What do you mean? You guys, anti-Semitism didn't start in the Middle East. Let's be clear, okay? So it's not like you were going to go from Europe to the Middle East and you were going to encounter. No. You guys were cool there. Tribal.
And we were cool in the Polish Empire for the longest of time.
You were. I'm not going to say that word. They didn't want you there. They did.
They invited us there.
In Europe?
Are you familiar with, in the Polish Empire, are you familiar with...
I'm sorry, did they only die in Poland?
Did you know the Polish Empire?
Okay, you know what? The Jews, those Jews, they stayed. They chose to stay, right? They chose to stay?
I I don't know where.
They chose to stay under belligerent anti-Semitism, threats against them, because they wanted to stay, right? They did. They listen. That's where the money was. They had assimilated to European culture. They are willing to disavow Judaism, but unfortunately, the Europeans said
They
if
were not
you
willing to.
yes, they changed their names and everything. Cut the shit. Listen.
No. You know why they changed their
No,
names?
no. Hold on.
No. Let me give you the historical.
No, I don't want you. No, that's your
They
record.
changed their name. No. This is the kings of Eastern Europe because they needed to tax the people and they needed to create conscription, so they needed last names.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? You didn't change. You didn't change your last name. That's fine. You didn't change it.
Patrilineal.
Yeah.
Our last names were patrilineal. We did Moshe the son of Jacob, but
I know.
They need
so,
you can't
so
tax
they weren't.
that.
They were not changing their Jewish names.
That.
So you're saying that they didn't change their Jewish names to European names?
They were required to by the kings. You can find the decrees. I'm happy to show them to you.
Okay, so
I think the first one was the Austro-Hungarian king.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fine. So you are willing to do whatever the Europeans tell you to do, so you can stay under their belligerent anti-Semitism. Why did they leave? You could have left. You should have left. So don't make the argument that people who are in their land and who want to stay in their land, don't make the argument that they could have left. Okay? Because then people are going to say, hey, the Jews could have left too. And let's be honest, they didn't want you there. You should have left. The Christians didn't want anybody there.
All I said, he said that they all left. What happened? I just said those people that stayed just decided to stay. Just like some Jews decided to stay in Europe. You know, that's it.
A lot of them decided to stay. And what do you know? Genocide.
Genocide.
So you're basically saying that you
Surprise!
Genocide!
You're saying that. Don't put
words in my mouth. Your actions are saying that because the ones that did stay experienced genocide and ethnic cleansing, dummy. So you guys didn't stay.
Dummy.
Right? So I mean, congrats.
Projection says what?
It's a war, so they have to kill children. Have to kill elders.
Gotta abort the children. These were just late-term abortions.
On that note, Yaakov, did you know that in the 40s we have actually a Jewish Polish cemetery in Iran, believe it or not, and that happened during the 40s.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. I'm well aware of that.
Yeah. So some of them left. I mean,
very like a couple thousand.
We welcome them. You know why? Because we don't have anti-Semitism in Persia at that time. Even today, we always welcome Jews. Even the Ashkenazi Jew during the.
I'm well aware of it. I know the history.
They wanted to stay, Soren.
Yeah. So I mean, the argument that you understand it, they can throw back the same argument to you. So.
No, I'm just saying the state. All I was disagreeing with was the statement. Nothing more.
Right, and I'm just telling you, right? Like the logical conclusion. I'm telling you where someone can take it legitimately. That's all I'm saying. And they wouldn't be wrong either. Okay, so we can go genocide for genocide because you guys justify your terrorist nation. So we'll go genocide for genocide. How about that?
Hello?
That will get anyone, anywhere.
Yaakov, I'm Armenian. And the way that Turks deny a genocide, they say that it was a war. That's what was happening. That's why they massacred 70% of the Armenian population. That's why over a million and a half Armenians were slaughtered, massacred, burnt in barns.
I'm aware of the Armenian genocide.
I love the Armenians today because they actually said we don't need the Israeli regime.
We don't need it.
Exactly. I love that. I mean, they said, it's your own politics. We don't care whether you accept. You could have accepted it a long time ago. I know you want to do it because you want to, be in a rivalry with Turkey. Love the Armenians. Good on.
It's pretty diabolical to use our cause as like a chipping, a bargain, like a bargain chip.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I was surprised when that was announced.
I mean, we're going to be consistent with genocide. I remember Yaakov 20 years ago, Iran and Turkey got good relationship. Even in
Iran and who?
And Iran is a Muslim country. Turkey is a Muslim country too. In Iran, Armenians, which is also a big community there, I think it's the 4th of April, sometime in April, I think it was a genocide of Armenians. They come to street and they protest again in front of the Turkish embassy. Because we recognized a long time ago about the genocide of Armenians. That we actually let them in. There was a big Armenian.
I have two Iranian friends that have Persian last names, and you have an Armenian province.
There's a big in Isfahan, we welcome.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of it.
The Israel, for the political reason, they had to wait till today. And we can see that. We're not dumb. You know why you decided to recognize that genocide. I mean, not you personally, I'm talking about people.
Hello.
Anyways.
It is.
As it is, it's full of hypocrisy, this whole history. When we go down that path, there's stuff in there. I put the link in the chat, by the way.
I gotta go out.
Do you save it, and then, you can get back to me later.
Yeah, nice talking to you. I didn't mean to be rude. I was just,
I'm just a rude, crazy bitch. That's all.
Yeah, tit for tat in game theory, everyone loses, so I have a problem with
it's your
genocide
opinion,
for
not mine.
genocide.
No, I do have a problem, but I'm not currently in support.
Didn't she just try to apologize?
Admitting that, so. If I was, then the point stands. Because I disavow, I disagree with any human atrocity. I don't care if you're blue. I don't care if you believe in.
Do you believe in abortion?
I think humans have a right to life and freedom and safety and self-determination.
Damn, she believes in Israel.
We agree there completely. Is it the Palestinian Nexus? Is that the article?
The sizes are a lot more reasonable.
No, but Ambrose, I'm saying this, I compared, the pasta, I was like, I got a pasta dish specifically to see the difference, and it was the same size as a pasta dish as I would get in the U.S. In this particular experiment that I did, it was two totally different feelings.
It was the same size? Because usually, the pasta in Italy, a lot of people get upset over it because they don't understand. To them, it's a course in the meal and not the meal course. So
depends on where do you go in Italy.
Yeah,
if you go to Trattoria, it would be bigger. If you go to a Michelin
even in a Trattoria, even the small ones, the fact that the tourists go there and order a dish of pasta as a main meal, a lot of them complain because it doesn't come in the sizes that they used to request, because it's not the sizes that they get in Italy, because it's part of the meal, not the meal. So, but if you're saying it wasn't the size, then I don't know.
Yeah, it was a crazy experience because I was starving and we were staying. It's a crazy story. We were staying on this communist anarchist compound. Yeah. So we were in. This is a crazy story. So we were in Rome, and the people who hired us to perform, they had a castle, a medieval castle, which was a community in Rome that they took over. The anarchists took it over in the 80s, early 80s, and they're a community, self-contained. They have their own electricity. They grow their own food, everything. So I couldn't stay. We couldn't stay at their compound because it was full. So they got us these hotels, but they would have us at the compound. We'd workshop, perform, whatever, and then we would go back to the hotel at night, and they would feed us from the food that they made on the compound. Anyway, the day that they fed us, they didn't give us that much food, and I didn't want to bother them. So when we got back to the hotel, it was nighttime, and I'm like, fuck, I'm starving. What do I do? So I just started walking in the street. I don't know where in Rome I was. It was dark, pitch dark. There was prostitutes on the street. There was crazy people running around. looked like a house, and then I found out it was really a restaurant. I went in. I'm telling you, Emeralds, they didn't understand a word I said. I didn't understand a word they said, and they said just.
Was it cheap?
Yeah, it was cheap, and they told me to sit down, and they got me. All that I was able to tell them was that I want fish and pasta, and they said, okay, just sit down. And I sat down.
You were in a trattoria, Habibi. But trattorias, their portion are like house portion. They are not restaurant portion. Like, let's
yeah, it was like a house. I was like at Mama's house.
You ordered fish with pasta?
Nah, bro, it was amazing. It was amazing.
You almost never fail with a trattoria. But I've never been to one in Rome, but in Milan and in the north, there are some of the best food that I've ever had was in those places.
Yeah, not because it was I only eat halal, and they weren't halal, so I said they were pressing me to get some kind of protein, so I said just eat fish.
But isn't it like that everywhere you go, that the restaurants of the locals, the one that the locals go to will always be better than the commercial ones?
It was definitely some local shit. There was no tourists there.
It is, because trattorias, you would never find, or not never, now a lot of people do that, but you would hardly find any tourists in a trattoria. Because it's literally it's the cheap local, and not even all locals go there because of their self-image in a society. Most of the people would go to a restaurant or a Michelin.
It was not fancy at all, and that's
Never be fancy. They've been there for generations.
No, but I like that.
Of course, those are the best foods. We used to, my husband and I, every city, because every time we travel, we will always walk around the city and look for those specific places. You will always get the best food when you go to these places.
It was amazing.
Can I ask you like a little bit of a personal question? You don't have to answer, but
you can try.
What's your husband's position in terms of everything that is happening? Are you guys like the same on this?
Yeah.
Does he serve?
I'm not going to continue talking about my family.
Okay.
If you want, I will privately tell you everything, but not in a public
I'm just kidding. No, I don't really want to ask details, but you both are on the same page, so you have the same position when it comes to.
Which is exactly why I'm very careful.
Salam alaikum, General.
What the
hell? Edward's back.
Only General sitting in the room, bro? Like, what the hell is
that?
That's
Can you smell the branding?
No, because I was in the room earlier, so I just thought my salam.
Okay, but Palestine wasn't in the room when you were here.
Salam alaikum
in the room.
Salam alaikum to the room.
No.
Nah, man, it's too late for the salam, bro. Too late.
Why do you say
your salam?
Never too late for a salam.
Nah, of course.
So Amir's room, he's not paying attention, and he has a bunch of designers that are in there talking to themselves. Amir's room. He opened the room. I just went in there. I just got back on. And
Telegram. I've just sent you a link to a Twitter.
Who did? You sent who?
That's this. Oh, you sent me like in my back channels?
No,
Telegram. Let him stream, bro. He can suck my dick, to be honest with you. Let that go on his stream. Keep streaming, Kitover. Keep doing that. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah. The title is interesting. But,
how about you share your, vision with Palestine? I know Palestine might be a little bit, sleepy or busy at this time of the day, but tell him what you think and see if he shares what he shares.
Me?
Yeah, remember earlier?
No, I'm done with that conversation.
لا عادي والله عادي.
No,
it's okay.
Don't worry, Edward. I will not fight you anymore. I give you my blessings, Habibi.
No, we talked about it.
At the end of the day, like Edward, you're a Palestinian. It's not like you're from the outside.
Exactly.
I know. Yeah.
Habibi, as long as you love the resistance, I love you, and no problem.
He doesn't love the resistance. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not true. Don't listen to him. That's not true. The resistance is some of the best of us.
Some of the best of us, they are the best of us. You see, you're not walking right now.
What do you mean? You can't say all. You can't say all. I hate this all thing.
I can say all. They are the very best of us.
Hey, Al.
Yeah, Habibi.
What part of Palestine are you from?
I'm from West Bank, from Khalid.
Nice.
You don't have the accent, yeah.
No, I don't. It only comes when I'm pissed off. I don't know why.
Is it actually?
Like a Jamaican.
I swear to God, man.
Like a Jamaican.
Like when I'm very, very pissed off or stressed, you would see me talk in Arabic in a Khalili accent without even noticing. Like it's just in my genes that it wakes up. But
Yeah,
normally
don't do that because we kind of want to understand what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you think. ماشي يا أخي. And where are you from, Justice?
I'm from Gaza.
Have you lived there?
No, I haven't lived there. Actually, my family left in 1948. Well, some of them, not all of them.
الله إن شاء الله حبيبي.
We're from قطع غزة to be specific. Do you know what قطع غزة?
فلاحين يعني.
Yes.
والنعمة.
والنعمة فيك يا حبيبي.
الله إن شاء الله كان حبيبي our boys might get you back to Gaza when we kick the colonizers out.
إن شاء الله.
But Edward,
the colonizers, you mean the Arabs?
No. Palestine, wallahi, I had to come to the phone to see who said that.
You mean the Arabs, right?
No.
The Arabs, man. The Arabs and the Muslims.
I mean the Europeans.
Alright.
You know, like, I'm very racist against Europeans, the whiteys.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah, like they are so white. They make me feel that they are not from the Homo sapiens. They are Neanderthals.
But they come from Judea, bro.
When they find it, they can go there.
Yeah, they lived there 3,000 years ago, and now they're just going back to the land. So
who was your president?
But all of
Who is my?
Did you have a king?
Yeah, I had a president. His name is Sinwar, and he started all of this nonsense that we are living in.
President. King David? King David?
Who, the king that nobody ever wrote anything about him historically except the Bible?
David, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't read the Bible. I don't care about it. Like, I care about real history, Habibi.
These talking points, man, they're just so tiring, Edward. What do you think? Like,
you know, the more you listen, you know, at first you're like, they're dumb, but then it gets to the point where, you know, they're actually taking them seriously, and it hits you. They take them seriously, and there's nothing behind these talking points. There's nothing behind them.
Yep.
Nothing at all.
Like when they tell you, oh, King David, you believe also in King David, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I believe in him and the Quran, Habibi, but the Quran...
But in the Quran, it says Bani Israel.
I have, yeah, see, the idea is, Israel
It does not say Beni Palestine. No.
Okay. It says Beni Israel, right?
Yes.
In your book, Israel was the name of Jacob after he beat God and broke his hip.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
Israel is a tribe.
And that, no, it's not a tribe.
Anyway, is the tribe. Israel is a prophet.
Yeah. And so I don't know. I don't know. My answer would be I don't know where your God got his ass kicked and his hip broken. When you find that place, you can go and live there. But it's surely not my land.
And there is no proof of the first Israelite kingdom. No archaeological proof.
The only like their claims have nothing. There is no evidence to support their claims whatsoever. They're just making claims based on the religion.
The second kingdom, the Jewish kingdom, is smaller than the West Bank.
Edward,
It's a city-state. Huh?
Do you want to laugh real hard?
Go ahead.
Okay. So in the kings in the Bible that they mentioned that they all kneeled to Solomon and David, we have artifacts mentioning the rules, their everything. Okay. The only two people that we don't have any artifacts that they literally existed are David and Solomon.
I thought there were David, the house of David. Nothing.
No, the dude, it's a fake one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a fake one.
But this claim, either way, if it existed or didn't exist, doesn't matter. How many, little kingdoms existed in this region over thousands of years? And you pick one of them and say, well, the land belongs to the people that, are not even associated with this kingdom, but follow the same religion. So therefore, it belongs to. This is how you built an entire nation out of these talking points.
No,
That's why I won't last.
Like imagine, they make him look like he ruled the whole earth. These kings of the great nations knelt for him. They used to fear him. Blah 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 blah. Any artifact about him? Never. Okay, so he's the king that no one has ever mentioned.
Exactly, and the later kingdom, Judea and Samaria, they were two different. But these were, one was near Jerusalem, Jerusalem and the hills, the surrounding hills area, maybe a little bit further down. And the other one, I don't know where the other one was, but somewhere else.
Edward, you know that there is many theories about the land of the Torah, right?
What? Like what?
Like one of them says that the land of the Torah and all the stories has happened in Ethiopia.
Yeah, I've heard.
And one of them says that it happened in the north of Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I've heard this too.
And one of them says that it happened in Yemen. And one of them says that it happened in Morocco. And one of them says that it happened, is Marvin still in the room? Yeah. I'm away from my phone. Okay. And one of them says that it has been on Zagros Mountains, which is in Iran.
You know what's funny? What's crazy? Back in over 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I read, because I like reading science fiction. And the science fiction book I read took place in the Middle East. It was about, some artifact that was found, whatever. I don't remember the whole book now, but part of the story talked about that Jerusalem, or the land of the Jews, was actually in Saudi Arabia and it was this particular village area of Saudi Arabia, and I read the book and everything, and I went to check this village, and a couple of years previous, the Saudi government bulldozed the entire village and removed everybody from the village. I thought that was really strange.
What year was that?
Late 2000s, late 2000s, I want to say.
Like late 2000s, there were Jews in Saudi Arabia?
No. The book, it's science fiction. It wasn't real. But the book said that Jews, that the biggest, one of the biggest secrets was, Israeli secrets was that the homeland for the Jews is not Israel or Jerusalem. It was actually where David, the kingdom was in this area of Saudi Arabia. And after I read the book, I wanted to just know if the geography was right. If the author used real,
I believe that at some point throughout his.
Well, but then when I went to look up the town or the village in Saudi Arabia where the author said the kingdom was, Saudi Arabia destroyed that village a couple of years before, like 2 years prior to when I read the book. I thought that was really, really creepy, really strange.
Maybe Saudis read the book and they were scared that Western colonizers would...
I don't know, that would be a big coincidence. I was like, wait a minute, this is science fiction.
This book also bothered me with house.
Isn't their expansion, doesn't their expansion include parts of Saudi Arabia?
No, it does. It does include it till, I think, Khaybar.
I don't think their greater Israel is geographic. I think it's economic influence, control. I think...
Wallah, Habibi, control, overboard, whatever. We have to go to get every single white European out of my land.
Yeah.
Edward, when you were earlier talking about, that we need to, that the Palestinians have to demand a state and all that stuff. Like in my head, I'm like, bro, like they're literally expanding in Lebanon. They just started in Syria, and we know what they have planned for Turkey and Egypt. And we also see how weak they're trying to make the Iranians in the region so that they can be very comfortable in what they're doing. So from that point, how do you deal with them, bro? Like, you can't deal with them.
You see awareness as a weapon. I see awareness as a weapon.
I'm with you on the awareness part, and we've seen what the awareness.
But part of that is demanding, a Palestinian state, demanding a pathway demanding these things, so that we're on the right side of history.
Sure.
What's right now? We are the right side of history.
We are morally. I'm talking about for the world, for the audience. You're doing this also for the audience, not for you, not just for Palestinians. You got to use everything. You got to use the global narrative. You want to use every tool at your disposal. Hamas even said there's a time for violent resistance and there's a time for diplomacy.
Okay.
You don't use just one tool.
Okay, I agree with you, but the thing is, I'm not a Netflix show for them. Like I want to increase the viewing rate. Like for me, I really do believe in what Nizam Banat said. I don't know. Do you know him?
No.
Do you know Nizam Banat?
No, sounds familiar.
Yeah, Nizam Banat.
No, who is he?
Nizam Banat is a Palestinian, let's say, thinker, and he got martyred. The PLO killed him because he started to be very dangerous with what he's saying. Anyway, what he said is, people don't respect the weakling. like the world respects you when you're strong, when you're fighting, and that's why the world right now were respecting you. They did not love you and respect you because you were dying. They respected you. They respected and loved you because there was the red triangle that became a fetish and an icon for everybody in the world. Like, yeah, these are the people that are getting back to these monsters. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, well, that's
As long as you're fighting and you can stand up your ground and fight, the world will be with you.
that red triangle, though, is exactly. I mean, is exactly my position. I mean, Hamas. My position and Hamas's position, I think, are very aligned.
Yeah.
Fight, and then meet your objectives, and then start making demands. And start using diplomacy. Fight, and then diplomacy.
Okay.
And they fought, and now they have to try diplomacy, and if that doesn't work, then we have to fight again.
Okay, that's what we all say, maybe. That you fight and then you do diplomacy to stable, to harvest what you have militarily. Okay.
Yeah.
But the problem is in the idea that you were talking about is that you will have to stop resisting. The world will tell you, oh, you want to listen? You want us to listen to you? Then you have to give up everything.
But you have to, like Hamas. I know, understand that if they are, working on diplomatic solutions, they are not fighting. That they would not. I mean, unless Israel is, of course, attacking them. But you don't fight when you're working on diplomacy. There's an agreement to stop fighting and to start talking, and you take advantage of that. See what you get out of it.
Did the world force Israel to do that?
The what?
Did the world force Israel to do that?
But Israel is also weakened itself by doing what it has done.
Okay.
So,
but my point is, you can't really depend on the world to be your backup, because they will never be your backup.
You can't live in a vacuum. The Palestinians have lived in this vacuum already. It hasn't worked. You can't live in a vacuum. You have to understand the world, understand what the world requires of you as a people. Okay. What would make them interested in you? And you have to build your brand around that, just like Hamas did. I mean, they attacked Israel and they came out looking like the heroes. And they are heroes to us, but I'm saying to the world, they're supposed to be terrorists, but they came out, they are the heroes. And why? Because they branded themselves as, so they understood that there's a war on the ground, but the war in cyberspace is just as important. They understood this going in.
Okay, we have no problem in this point, Habibi. The very point is, the world, the ones who are in power, they have, Habibi, investments. They will not sacrifice their investments for your sake. You don't have the millions, the trillions, and the connections and everything that the Zionists have to interest them. So the only people that you are being interested to are the people that have no value. Okay, they are a bunch of peasants, just like me and you. What? Who?
Well, I'm not following. You're talking about like the people that are pro-Palestinian now?
Yeah.
No, I think what he's
I think
is
no,
the governments are very like their relationships when it comes to what's happening in Palestine includes investments that are worth trillions of dollars. And this could be, for example, the European and how much they invest in Israel, or the trades that they have with Israel, and the biggest is military.
Diamonds, golds.
Yeah, but
The diamond industry, the stock industry, everything, Habibi.
Yeah, but that could change. That could change if all these countries shift from these deals with Israel and take it somewhere else.
What happened in South Africa? What happened in South Africa?
You're getting me wrong, Justice Habibi. Justice, what I'm talking about is the private companies, the private agencies that control these industries are Zionists, Habibi.
You mean outside of Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are Zionists. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the Europeans, the Americans, they are not funding Israel because oh they are cute. No, because it's business to them. They have no business. You have no value, no market value.
That's not true. That's not true. I think you've proven that wrong, though. Haven't we proven that wrong over the last 3 years?
No.
I mean, we haven't. I mean, is Israel now a pariah state?
No,
haven't countries reduced their trade with Israel?
Habibi, what you're saying is fact and true, but for normal people who doesn't have power, people that doesn't have trillions, people that doesn't have millions, normal people, just like me and you. Yeah, they go out in the streets, they cry, they blah blah blah, and that's it.
And they vote.
Do you really believe in voting, for fuck's sake?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Voting does work.
Okay.
I mean, you live in a Western country, you know voting works.
No, that's why I know that it doesn't work.
It does work.
No, it doesn't.
You don't live in a dictatorship.
Okay, so the illusion of freedom is freedom.
Freedom isn't an illusion. It's what you make of freedom. That's where the illusion comes in.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. In Germany, doesn't the normal German has the right to express himself in any way, and he can talk in anything
Well,
he wants?
what's that got to do with freedom?
That there is no freedom, that's what he's pointing out.
Wait a sec.
I mean, your freedom sounds different than my freedom. I don't believe in people expressing themselves any way they want.
I didn't finish. I'm talking about what's the Western value and what's they say it's freedom. The freedom of speech and the freedom to express yourself. You can talk about Muhammad however you want. You can talk about burning the Quran however you want. No problem. It's freedom of speech, freedom of religion, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, the same government that is voted, quote unquote, wink, wink, by the people, so that the German people are going in rallies for Palestine. They went out, they beat the shit out of them, and they fucked them over, and they oppressed them just like a dictator.
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I know they're going after Palestinians, but to say that we haven't made progress in the last 3 years and
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, Habibi, that we have made progress on the normal human, on the normal being, the one that got his head brainwashed from the news, and yeah, we fixed that. But no, it's a great accomplishment. You know, like Israel has paid trillions of dollars to advertise for some bullshit, and we have destroyed it. Like imagine you have destroyed the work of trillions of dollars.
We should use that to our advantage.
You use it by continuing to fight.
Continuing to what?
To fight.
You can't call the resistance the best of us, but the throw them away as if they were the worst of us.
No, I'm not saying throwing them away. That's why I
When it's time to fight, this is a very important decision. It's
Yeah,
not,
I know.
you know.
And that's why when I started the whole discussion, and you told me, what's your plan? What's your plan? I told you, my plan is let the resistance stop. They know, you told me, no, that's not a plan. I told you, this is not plan.
No.
They know what they are doing, and the only solution is to fight.
No, it's not. That's not what the resistance solution is. It's to remove the occupation off of the Palestinian people.
And how do they do that? And how do they do that? By fighting.
No, they do it by other means too.
Really?
It's not just fighting.
Well, what is
Edward, do you talk Arabic? Maybe it's easier for me to deliver the idea.
No, English is better.
Okay.
I know what you're saying. Hi, Lula. Sorry, let me just say hi to Lula.
Good evening, gentlemen and general.
Good
Hope you're doing
evening.
well.
Got it.
Hope you're doing all right, everyone. I'm listening, but also watching France versus Paraguay, as I'm sure Justice is too.
I hope Paraguay wins.
Me too. That's exactly what I'm just going, miss France, miss. Anyway,
It's okay.
Yeah, so Habibi Edward, okay. We agree that we have to fight. We agree that we need the
We agree that there is a time to fight. There's also a time not to fight.
Exactly, which is after you fought to cement what you have accomplished through the fight.
Did you ask Edward earlier if he speaks Arabic?
Yeah.
And he said no. That
A little bit. Yeah.
Why? What?
Yeah.
What?
Move on, Justice. Move on. هاي مشكلة العالم اللي بروح
بالضبط. يعني.
You understood that one, Edward?
No, but I'm about to kick you out.
Like Justice, imagine that